Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning on what is the first official day of World Government Summit here at Dubai Expo 2020. And the title of this session, are we ready for a new world order? Well, the organizers here are nothing if not ambitious. This is, I think you will agree, a daunting subject for discussion at just after 9 a.m. on a Wednesday morning here in the relative calm of Expo 2020. But tackle it we must, because I believe what is clear is that we have hit an inflection point. We are certainly living in a unique age of uncertainty and volatility in global affairs. Whether you are from the global north or the global south, we have all collectively lived through the twilight zone that was the pandemic and the changes to our social, our digital, and our fiscal landscape that COVID-19 wrought. And just as the world re-emerges from the pandemic, we are faced with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which certainly feels like a transformative geopolitical moment. Coming as that does, against a backdrop of great power struggles, the emergence of middle powers, of climate crisis, and cybersecurity challenges, the trend lines certainly seem to indicate a world headed in a disorderly direction. Is the US-led multilateral system created post-World War II to manage international relations so that the world would never again see and experience the same chaos and disorder of a world war? Is it anything like fit for purpose? And if not, what is the alternative? That is the purpose of this discussion today, so let's get on with it. His Excellency Anwar bin Mohammed Gargash is the diplomatic advisor to His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Fred Kemp is the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. Dr. George Friedman is founder and chairman of Geopolitics Futures. And Dr. Pippa Malmgren is economist and former US presidential advisor. You are well served with my esteemed panel this morning. Will you welcome them, please, to the stage? Your Excellency, are you ready for a new world order?
I think, Becky, the main problem is, if you think of the technology is 21st century, 22nd century technology. What is happening in AI, what is happening everywhere really that will really transform and is transforming our lives and also transforming international relations. But I think the frame of thinking is still 19th century. I think this is one of the problems that we have in the international system. Where if you look, it's still about nationalism, it's still about state sovereignty, it's still about use of force or non-use of force. And I think this is one of the major issues as we try to bridge really what is mentally governing international relations with the 19th century mode of thinking, but at the same time with technology fast ahead of us in the curve. That I think will be a major problem.
That's a very interesting perspective. Fred Kemp, your assessment.
So my mentor on issues of world order is Henry Kissinger, so I'll try to channel him, and forgive me, Dr. Kissinger. But his answer would be, what do you mean no new world order? We have not had a world order yet. What we've had is we've had a Western order that was imposed on the world. And so the first world order in modern times, or somewhat modern times, was 4 centuries ago with the Treaty of Westphalia, ending a century of conflict, the 30 Years' War. And it wasn't a great moral thrust, it was just recognizing the world as it was. If you look at what we're trying to create right now, we're, I would say, at an inflection point in history, as important as the end of World War I, where we got the effort at world order tragically wrong. We ended up with millions of dead, the Holocaust in World War II. After World War II, we got it more right than wrong with the creation of the International Liberal Order and the United Nations and the Bretton Woods system and the European Coal and Steel Community, NATO, etc. And then the Soviet Union fell. And then the Cold War, we thought it was the end of history. And we thought that everyone could fit into this system that had been created. And it worked for a while, but not everybody came into it. But China grew. China certainly took full advantage of being part of the global system. Russia did not. Russia became more of an outlier. And I think where we are now, and this gets to your question, Becky, of a new world order, is it can go in 2 directions with the war in Ukraine now being a decisive element. Either the jungle is back, as the historian Bob Kagan talks, and that we can go into a darker era, or we could go into an era, because of the advances of science, advances of technology, that could be one of the most prosperous, promising, progressive, enlightened, moderate, modern eras that we've ever faced. And I think we're in a moment where that's being decided, and I think the importance of the Ukraine issue is that it's a fulcrum for this, and how the world manages this and comes out of this is going to have far-reaching consequences that go beyond Ukraine.
Thank you. Pippa, the US president, and I steal a line from the Washington Post here, their national columnist who is a terrific writer. The US president has framed the tension of this moment as pitting democracy versus autocracy. That is a controversial position, coming as it does from the US president. Do you agree? And how does that framing fit into our wider discussion today?
Well, I think the word framing is correct. I wrote a piece in late October saying we're already in World War III. We are already in conflict that extends so far beyond Ukraine, actually, even within the context of Western Europe. But we've clearly been pretty much at war in space, below the surface of the oceans, submarine warfare between superpowers. I wouldn't even say that this has been happening for at least 4 years, and it's spilled over into public view on the ground. But we don't frame it that way. Also, this idea that it's one kind of political organization system versus another, but really it looks to me like old-fashioned superpower conflicts. Where I'm very optimistic, and I agree with you about how to frame the future, what I see as someone involved in technology, someone involved with entrepreneurs and advising governments, I see a future where we genuinely have ubiquity and not scarcity. I see a future where the internet is available for free for everyone in the most remote locations on the planet, for example. And that means the location of power is going to shift. And I see, as a person in financial markets, decentralization of power structures everywhere, in finance, in political power. And in fact, this conflict that we're in right now may be the beginning of that shift. I certainly see many people from the industrialized world looking very actively to move to places that they used to consider emerging markets, to build businesses there, to expand there. So I also think, to finish, this idea that autocracies have an advantage over democracies, I will fight that tooth and nail. I don't think it is correct, and I think our view that just because, for example, China had a more autocratic approach made them more successful is unproven by time. And we are going to find the places that allow the entrepreneurial spirit to thrive the most and give the greatest political latitude are the ones that are going to grow the best.
Thank you, Pippa. George, your assessment, briefly.
I think human beings live their lives in a storm, and nations live their lives in a storm. And we're gifted with nostalgia. We remember times that never were and long for them. So we are now in a normal condition of humans. We love those we love, we hate those we hate, we fight, we make up. And human beings are this thing. But it is the most interesting thing that we remember things that we never ever were. We remember a time where this tension of love and hate didn't exist. We remember a time that if we could only get back to, all would be well. And sometimes we imagine that if I have the internet, that will take me home. But there is no going home, we are at home. And we have to be at peace with where we are. And there is no time that has ever been at peace with the chaos that it was surrounded by. And that's the tragedy of the human condition and its greatness.
Right, thank you. Your positions are quite clear. Dr. Anwar Gargash, then, let's just start with you. If we are looking at a new world order that is, as Pippa describes it, decentralized, if we are looking at a new world that is not a single power based, as it were, and a world that is layered by these, what feel like very new global issues of climate change, of cybersecurity, as you suggest, of technology and the speed of that. What does that mean for this region? Because the perspective that we discuss world order through, as Fred has rightly pointed out, has been a Western perspective. My sense is that we must stop doing that. So what is the impact on this region?
I think to start with, Becky, the region has to catch up. I mean, the region is really behind various other regions in the world. And I think it's by prioritizing its own politics and prioritizing its own polarizing wars and confrontations. The region really, I think, number one, as the world is becoming multipolar, and I believe it is, and I agree also with the idea that this multipolarity is moving from from political to economic to what I would call even currency multipolarity as we move forward. I think the region is really going through two phases. Number one is witnessing the sort of upper structure changing, but it has to catch up. And it has to catch up by emphasizing, in my opinion, non-political issues. Some of them are global issues, the ones you mentioned, and certainly COVID is a clear test of what we should be concentrating on: food security and cyber capability and climate change and others. But more fundamentally, I think the region lags behind in terms of multi projects of integration, economic integration, etc. I mean, if you just look at the GCC, for example, the GCC has never really been a big success when it comes to political direction. It has had varied views there, but it's been a huge success really in creating what I would call a common market. So I think the region needs to catch up before it actually becomes a major player. Otherwise, it will be very much subservient to this multipolarity that we're talking about.
And I want to come back to you for a sense from you, which I think would be extremely useful for this audience, as to what is going on behind the scenes here. When I say behind the scenes, it's very visible that there is enormous change in this region. Witness the meeting in the Negev Desert, the summit attended by the foreign minister here, His Highness Sheikh Abdullah, bin Zayed, 4 Arab foreign ministers meeting in the Negev desert with the Israelis. I mean, if you told me that that was going to happen 3 years ago, 2 years ago, even a couple of weeks ago, I think I'd have still been surprised by that. So I do want to get, because I think that's very important, we get your perspective as to what is going on behind the scenes. But thank you, Fred. This sense that and you certainly see this here, that we are in a pivot with foreign policy to a policy that fundamentally and clearly serves economic needs, geopolitics to geoeconomics, as Dr. Anwar has suggested, I think is certainly an extremely important driver of what is going on today. But your sense, I want to get a sense of where we're at and the impact that this will have on global policy going forward and how this world is run.
The impact of the economics of it all. Well, first of all, let's take a look at what makes up world orders. World orders are that a group of countries across the world agree to a set of rules, and they agree to play by them. The second is there's a balance of power so that no power feels that it can subjugate a neighbor. That's what we've lost in Russia. There wasn't a balance of power. Europe decided the age of military power is over, and so Russia is attempting to subjugate Ukraine. But then the third part of this is a consensus that everyone accepts this. It's almost too utopian to come about. And so what's emerging right now, which I think is a danger, is a Chinese-centered order and a US-centered order, and that we're breaking down again. And that's not a healthy outcome. It's not the outcome we want. But that gets to the economics, and that's what I wanted to touch on, because the economics are that China, I think in 2016-17, invested $53 billion in the United States. Last year, $1 billion. So there's already a decoupling. There's already a breaking down. And the question is, how does this play out right now? And so I think you're going to see, in an economic sense, you're going to see these two worlds, but it's not going to be that neat. I think you're going to see the evolution of regional organizations, and regional, because it's so hard to create a world order, I think you're going to see regional orders spring up. And then you have links between regional orders, but they will be very much guided by economic interests, social interests, and also security interests. You see things like the Quad, like the Abraham Accords, so ad hoc, not inflexible alliances, and that seems to me what's emerging at the moment.
Should countries' governments be forced to make a choice, to take a side at this point, Pippa? I mean, certainly, again, this is a big narrative here. This is this struggle by two great powers. I use the term great loosely to a certain extent, but two great powers, and others being forced to take a choice. I think this speaks to this kind of emergence of these regional powers and the emergence of the middle powers here, because we're hearing, quite frankly, don't force us into a corner here. Are they right?
Well, it may be a bit late for that. I remember talking to an Australian diplomat at one point about this break between the US and China, and said, both sides are going to say, whose team are you on? And he said, our job is to make sure the question never arises. But the question has arisen. And so I think we have to go deeper. And it's not about the US versus China. It's about what underpins a world order is always the financial system. I was very privileged. My father was an advisor to Nixon when they came off the gold standard in '71. And so I was brought up with a kind of inside view of how very important the financial structure is to absolutely everything else. And what we're seeing in the world today, I think, is we are on the brink of a dramatic change where we are about to, and I'll say this boldly, we're about to abandon the traditional system of money and accounting and introduce a new one. And the new accounting is what we call blockchain. It means digital. It means having a almost perfect record of every single transaction that happens in the economy, which will give us far greater clarity over what's going on. It also raises huge dangers in terms of the balance of power between states and citizens. In my opinion, we're going to need a digital constitution of human rights if we're going to have digital money. But also, this new money will be sovereign in nature. Most people think that digital money is crypto and private, but what I see are superpowers introducing digital currency. The Chinese were the first. The US is on the brink, I think, of moving in the same direction. The Europeans have committed to that as well. And the question is, will that new system of digital money and digital accounting accommodate the competing needs of the citizens of all these locations so that every human being has a chance to have a better life? Because that's the only measure of whether a world order really serves.
George, what do you believe the biggest shift will be?
Well, there's always a major shift in great powers. The world in 1945 was defined in a certain way. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. Maastricht was written. The Japanese economic miracle turned out to be such a miracle, and so on. So in 1991, we had a change. We are now having another change. The first, we are discovering that Russia is not a great power. Economically, it lags behind South Korea. Militarily, it has shown itself not to be significant. It is a nuclear power. We've also seen that in China, although it has had a magnificent run for 40 years, has now entered a period of economic dysfunction. Its economy, its financial system and such has to be restructured. These restructurings aren't easy, and they are never come without political problems. So it's a great power, but how it plays out the game is another question. But one thing we've discovered, I think, in this crisis, the enormous power of the United States, which has been forgotten. But the way the Americans were able to use the dollar as a weapon to put the Russians on defensive, the manner in which the United States was able to rally NATO to this common cause, I mean, when we look at the way we thought of the world a while ago, it's different now.
No, and that and you're making a very good point. I guess that begs the question: how long does that last?
Oh, not very long. No, I mean, look,
also begs the question. So go on. George.
When 1945 went to 1999, 1999 went to this point, if this is a transitory point, and every 20, 30, 40 years we have a transition in the world, and that should not be unexpected. We're a dynamic people, and we will change the way we live, and the system will change, and we will have to align ourselves with it.
You made a point about, the US, and I'm not sure if you actually used the term, forgive me if I'm putting words in your mouth, but has weaponized the dollar to a certain extent, or has used the dollar. You've seen the power of the dollar at a time when, as Pippa rightly points out, should we be looking at, the sort of, the fiat that we have used over the past X amount of years as anything like useful going forward, or is that redundant? And if it is, as yet still not redundant, is it the dollar or is it the Chinese currency? And we have seen the efforts or the noises made by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia recently just to suggest that it doesn't have to be the US currency that is the currency of repute going forward. You're all making some absolutely fascinating points. I think, with 15 minutes left of what is a ridiculously short panel as far as I'm concerned, I think it's important to get a sense from you all as to how you believe governments will navigate the new global dynamics to shape a better future, which brings me very neatly to, if you will, Dr. Anwar, just explain, if you can, what is going on in this region at present?
Well, I think, first of all, we've gone through a very difficult and torturing decade. And I think from the UAE's perspective, we need to turn the page and start a new page. And that new page is basically reaching out to various friends, of course, but adversaries also, and to make sure that we rebuild these bridges. We're not going to agree with everything they want to do, etc. And the Middle East really, going back to the Najaf summit, the Middle East is not really only about Iran, and the Middle East is not only about Israel.
Because you could be confused by that.
Yeah, you could be confused. You could be confused, and I think our whole intention is to find a way of functionally working with Iran. Our whole intention is to make sure that there is an agenda of stability and prosperity in the region that includes Iran and others. But I think the other also important element that you should not, be blindsided by, energy is coming back as a major component of many of the Middle Eastern and indeed world discussion. What people thought was the death of carbon energy, of fossil fuels, etc., is, I think, a little bit premature. And I think you're seeing that also coming out in many of these discussions. I want to come back to the whole issue of this issue between democracy and authoritarianism. I think that this sort of binary is, from our perspective, is not the one we see. I think there are so many shades in between, and I think, for example, in COVID, it was really government efficacy that really identified who did well and who didn't do well. But I believe that you do ultimately need, perhaps in the middle between these two, you need something called governance. I think if every democratic attempt in the Arab world has turned ideological or tribal, so I'm not sure that this is really something that we can actually, work out very successfully here. But we do need governance. And governance, of course, includes a lot of components that are there. And I think this is perhaps the middle between the two binaries that you mentioned.
Fred.
Yeah, and Becky, I think I can pick up on Dr. Gargash because I agree with him completely that it's in a way, it's a false narrative. The issue is government effectiveness and whether the people consider the government to be legitimate. Democracy is one way to achieve that. There are other ways to achieve it. And the legitimacy is gained by governments that can deliver the goods, effectiveness to their people, can deliver freedom, which people want, so ensure human rights, ensure freedom, but at the same time ensure order, ensure safety, ensure health care. And I think this new era of technological change going faster all the time, whether it's quantum computing or artificial intelligence or bioengineering, these technologies are morally neutral. And so the technologies can be used to enlighten, they can be used to deliver government services better, they can be used to repress, they can be used to surveil in a way that would be unhealthy. And so I think, to me, that's really important. I'm going to say just one other brief thing on sanctions, because I wanted to say this. The dollar, everyone's been predicting the demise of the dollar for a long time, and I think it has a long tail. But if you overuse sanctions, more and more people will try to find a way around them. But Putin, since 2014, moved as far away as he could from the dollar in the US, and still the G7 froze, for the first time in history, the assets of a central bank, a G20 central bank. It wasn't because the US did it, it's because the G7 did it, without the US and Europe together. And so I think it's really going to be a coalition of factors that will sort of decide whether or not one punishes. But I do think the dollar will last for a while yet, but it's not going to be America alone. It's not going to be America first. It's got to be America with others, and that's the only way, with our relative size and weight and GDP reducing, that the United States will indeed have influence in the world if the country just becomes much cleverer in building coalitions and working together with partnerships.
Pippa.
So I find it very difficult to talk about the world order that we're coming into, given how very tenuous and unstable the current environment is. In my lifetime, this is the second time that I have seen the superpowers actually threaten the possibility of nuclear war. It's almost unimaginable to anyone who doesn't remember from last time, who isn't old enough.
It's unimaginable from 3 months ago, quite frankly.
the nature of this conflict that's currently underway, I think, is so deeply misunderstood, not framed properly. As a small example, I think the way the Russian side sees this conflict, if you were to take a map of Europe, it would start in Norway and move down through Kaliningrad, through the Slovakia Gap, into Belarus, down the border of Ukraine, to Odessa, to the Russian fleet in the Mediterranean, into Libya, Egypt, where there's already enormous Russian presence. By the way, one side story, we've been privatizing militia for some years, and we have private armies, both on the American side and the Russian side, that now are fighting all the way down to the southern tip of Africa. That is a very different view than this is just Ukraine. And so getting a grip on what is the actual nature of this argument and where is it occurring? George, we were talking earlier because George is writing a book on space warfare. And I was saying we've had so many incidents between the Chinese and the Americans, the Russians and the Americans, destroying satellites, creating debris fields to try to mess up the other side's satellite capability. Every one of us depends on these satellites to conduct our daily life. But we have outright conflict happening in that space. So when we ask, what is the new world order going to look like? The answer is so much depends on how we handle what's happening now, which we can't even agree upon. Just one last thing, because it's so essential to this region, is the extraordinary hit to the supply chain of food. And I think we cannot leave this event without speaking about the need to prepare now to prevent a catastrophe. Because the loss of the fertilizers from both Russia and Belarus, the enormous increase in the oil price, which directly hits farmers around the world, already has caused a jump in the wheat price, which is the single most important foodstuff for this region. And last time we saw this, that was a major contributing factor to the Arab Spring. So now is the time to think through how will we solve this? And that will be part of the answer of what will the new order work like.
George, I'd love to get your thoughts on what's going on away from Mother Earth, as it were. And I know that I'm very much looking forward to the book that you're writing about space warfare. But I do want to just pick up on one thing, because I think it's important that you said just earlier on, you talked to or alluded to, pointed out that there has been this coming together of the West over the invasion of Ukraine. And we are talking there, by the way, about 27 countries of the, 192 odd countries that there are in the world. And as much as we saw the sort of, agreement to condemn what was going on by 140 countries at the UN, this is a non-binding agreement. We've got 27 countries ultimately who have unified. That's their position. It is not necessarily the position of many other countries in the world. But as we see those Western governments looking to navigate what is this new dynamic in what is a bunch of new global sort of dynamics to shape, I guess, a better future, that must be the intention. So what do we make of the end of the speech by President Biden in Warsaw the other day, when, and this has been walked back, of course, by the White House, but I think it's important to just pursue this. The fact that the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, he said, should not stay in office or cannot stay in office. Now, I point out once again that the White House has walked this back. They've said he isn't calling for regime change. But as we consider how governments navigate this future, what was your assessment and the potential impact of that?
I'd like us to think of the 20th century. It was a constantly dangerous century. Whenever some peace broke out, danger lurked. We're in the same position. What we have learned during this is that we're in a dangerous world, that events that we don't anticipate may define who we are, that it's very difficult to handle and very dangerous. That the president spoke of getting rid of Putin. Well, many of us spoke of getting rid of Putin.
But this is the US president.
Yes, I understand.
Out loud on a public platform.
All right, well, we spoke of getting rid of Hitler and others, so we may have a discussion. The idea that an American president speaking about getting rid of a hostile foreign leader is not very particularly novel. Of course, the press is shocked, I say, to hear such talk. That's not the important thing. The important thing to understand is that the period in which we thought it was no longer dangerous has turned out to be false. That these dangers are there. And when I talk about space, space is going to be a realm of warfare because everything is a realm of warfare. It's also the realm of security. So what we really have to understand is that the 20th century's end didn't end danger. That's still there. And the really shocking thing was not that Biden said this about Putin. It's the degree to which there's disbelief that this is happening, as if this hasn't happened before. And that disbelief is dangerous because that means nations are not prepared.
So Otto von Bismarck said, the art of diplomacy is about giving others ladders to climb down from untenable positions. And I fear that the current position of the United States is very much, we can win this, as opposed to we need to find an off-ramp. We need to find an exit. We need to get back to a negotiating table. We may have disagreements, but resolving them in a battlefield is not the right way to do it. And we may have forgotten that art of diplomacy.
Fred?
Well, revealing my bias, I'm wearing the Ukrainian colors. Biden's speech, the unfortunate thing about what he said about Putin was that it detracted from a speech that is one of the most brilliant speeches, maybe the most important speech of his lifetime. And it really put the Ukraine situation in a broader, in a world order sort of framework, what we're talking about today. And he did it absolutely brilliantly. And he talked about how the darkest periods of history can produce the most progress. He quoted the Polish Pope John Paul II on "Do not be afraid" at the beginning of the end of repression in Poland and the beginning of a road to democracy. And so I think that was exciting. I've known Senator Biden, Vice President Biden for a long time. That was not a mistake. And it may not have been in his talking points, but you have to watch the clip. He planned to say that. And he now has defended it himself in saying, look, I don't want it to be about regime change. I'm just saying this kind of person, I'm paraphrasing now, this kind of person who has launched an unprovoked, illegal, criminal war only because his neighbors wanted sovereignty, independence, and democracy, doesn't have his own people ought to be asking whether he's in the right place or not. And so, so let the president have a break on this one. He's not calling for regime change. It's a good story for a few days. But the fact of the matter is it was a brilliant speech. It was a brilliant framing. And what Putin has achieved, and I would say to a certain extent President Xi, is there is a unification right now. There's a unity in NATO. There's a unity among Western democracy, and I would say among. And again, I am also careful, Dr. Gargash, about this issue of democracy and autocracy. I really think it's the forces of civilization and the forces of the jungle, it's forces of moderation, the forces of backwardness. And I think the forces of modernization, the forces of good, the forces of progress going into the future are unifying again, and they were a bit on their back foot over the last decade.
Do you agree, Dr. Anwar Gargash?
I think everybody speaks with his own background, his own experiences.
And with his own or her own lens.
Yeah, I think that's natural. But coming back, I think coming from a region of forever wars, complicated issues, and you know, we've gone through Afghanistan, we've gone through Iraq, we've gone, I think one of the things that we notice, for example, is if you allow a conflict to take a long time, then you have what I would call byproducts of the conflict. And I just think about the instability in Iraq and the war in Syria and the birth of ISIS, for example. If we had been able to resolve that issue earlier, we would not have had the repercussions. So I'm very much with the latter thing, is I think that we do need in Ukraine, Ukraine is going to be a significant change in the international order. And I think the repercussions are going to be quite deep and prolonged. But I think we do really need to find a political solution, and it starts with a ceasefire and a political solution ASAP. We need to do that because the danger of horizontal or vertical escalation is real, and I think we should not, diminish the idea of that sort of escalation.
That's it. I'm sorry. I feel that this could have been much longer. I wish it had been. I know that you are all here, so for the audience, I'm sure that you are all eager to continue this conversation. It cannot be completed in 40 minutes, but we've given it a good go, I hope you agree. Certainly your perspectives are incredibly invaluable as we sit at what is a very transformative time. Are we ready? I don't know. Are we at an inflection point? I think we all agree that we are. Thank you very much indeed for being with us today, and to my esteemed panel. Thank you. I'm very grateful.
Thank you, Becky.
Prince Abdulaziz, the Minister of Energy from Saudi Arabia. We're also joined by His Excellency Masroor Barzani. He is the Prime Minister of the KRG, and of course His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazroui, the Minister of Energy right here in the UAE. Gentlemen, welcome, and thank you so much for taking part in a dialogue which frankly is at the forefront of so many conversations that we're having on CNBC today. I just want to take a moment and ask each of you to have a think about how dangerous you find the world to be today. We're talking about inflation, the prospect of stagflation. We're talking about higher energy prices. We're talking about people struggling to afford the basics of life at a time when there is rising violence. And I am not just talking about the conflict in Ukraine today. I'm also talking about the attacks right here at home in the region. Your Royal Highness.
Well, you have to define for me, what do you mean by danger? There is quite a few definitions now of danger. I can speak a lot about the type of danger that we're having here in the region, and it's quite multifaceted, to be honest. One that has to do with deep national security issues, such as safety of people, first and foremost, such as the ability to continue running our economy at all levels, including ensuring that we continue supplying the world with the required energy. And as you have seen last week, we have made a political statement saying clearly that we are no longer responsible on the issue of security of supply, fundamentally because we don't see that there is enough attendance to this issue, collective, comprehensive attendance to this issue, so there is a serious issue for us. It goes without saying that if this security of supply is impacted, it would impact us, certainly our economy, our well-being, our people, but more fundamentally, I think it's also will affect the world economy. So you are into a period of jittery period defined by unfortunate narrow band approaches where people are focused on their regional issues without looking comprehensively to the impact, the global impact.
Sir, and just to follow on to that, was it a mistake for the United States to remove its Patriot missiles from Saudi Arabia?
No, I'm not into that business. My job is an energy minister.
But it does impact energy because they're targeting infrastructure.
I know how to move oil and I know how to move gas, but I know and I've seen and the world had seen what it means to have a city that was supposed to enjoy and we did enjoy and we will continue to enjoy our living. The race of Formula One, but 2 nights before that, some rockets that falls into pump stations and what have you, and disrupt the going concern of our lives, disrupt our environment, and put to question our ability to supply the world with the necessary energy requirements. Well, in the old days, we, along with our friends here in the UAE, worked on a collective effort to assure and ensure energy security. If these pillars are no longer there, I don't think it should not be too presumptuous that we can handle it ourselves alone, be it ourselves as Saudi Arabia. I don't want to speak on behalf of the UAE, but I think I can share with you the thought that we as a GCC country, we have developed and delivered our side of the story. Others needs to deliver their own side of the commitment. Otherwise, the very pillar of energy security will be disturbed, to say the least.
Prime Minister.
Well, I believe that in different regions, people have a different definition for danger. Whether the world is a dangerous place to all or not would depend on who you're asking. Of course, there is danger against your own existence. It's about security challenges, economic challenges, food security. All of these can be challenges that we all face at different times. It's the players actually that pose the danger against others. So it's the behavior of the actors that can be studied, that needs to be studied to see what the intentions are and what they want to do. In our case, we see that there is a lot of interferences in our region. And unfortunately, sometimes when you see injustice, when you see inequality, there is always the possibility of different reactions to it. And it's the clash of these sort of behaviors that sometimes leads to a dangerous situation. In our case, it's always been a dangerous situation for us. And today, with the deterioration of the security in other parts of the world, that the level of danger in our region has also increased. When people feel poorer, they're more likely to do irrational things, and their behaviors change according to that. We've seen that in the past when the rise of terrorist organizations. One of the reasons why some people collaborate with terrorism is because they feel injustice and inequality. They feel oppression. And that's what really leads to people to take actions And that's also true for the states.
Yeah.
States are also looking at their interests. And what is interesting or can be beneficial to a state may be a danger to another. So once again, the definition of danger varies from place to place.
Yeah.
But I believe the world always can be a dangerous place if we don't control the behavior of the actors.
Yeah. Your Excellency.
Well, I think I agree. The definition of danger varies from one region to another, from one country to another. But I think if we can agree on one thing, what is dangerous is poverty, and what is dangerous and poverty push to terrorism, and those people could be target. So we lived in a kind of a hope prior to COVID. We hit with COVID, and everyone was looking to recover and to build prosperity further. We are, due to the geopolitics, the energy security becoming a priority now, and some countries are forgetting the affordability. And I'm worried about the affordability.
Yeah.
That's why His Royal Highness, myself, and all of our partners in OPEC Plus, we're trying to maintain that order and bring resources to the market as much as we can at a pace that is reasonable for us. And for that to happen, we need resources, financial resources, we need to invest, and we need to decouple politics from energy availability and energy affordability. I'm worried that because we are mixing the two, we could end up in a situation where energy affordability becoming an issue, and that would definitely lead to ultimately to poverty, and ultimately could lead to a stagnation of the world economy. So we are trying, but we cannot be blamed for everything. We're doing our best, and I am worried that if we don't tackle the affordability element, other than the energy security and the sustainability, which is also very important. So 6 months ago, we were focusing on sustainability. That was the aim, and no one thought about the energy supply, security, and all of that. And suddenly now we're shifting to another element, which is energy security. So we need to have it, and we're selective from one source to another. And I am sure the next is going to be energy affordability and resources in that sense, because food security is becoming an issue, and industrial commodities or minerals are becoming an issue as well. So the risk I see is, or the danger is poverty, which could lead to people having to go and join those terrorist groups. And we are one of those regions that got attacked by terrorist organizations and terrorist groups, and that needs to stop as well if we are going to be committed to develop more resources in the future.
Your Royal Highness, yesterday when I was sitting in an exclusive interview with His Excellency Al-Masroui, he told me that Russia is an important part of the OPEC Plus alliance. It is the plus in OPEC Plus, and that they will remain a part of the alliance.
I don't think I just want people to pause and think of the last 2 years and ask this question. If it wasn't for OPEC Plus, what would have happened to energy security, energy sustainability, and energy market stability? And I go by not only oil, but the broader perspectives of energy. So I'm not going to be attending for what Russia may do or do not, but Russia is a country that produces roughly 10-something million barrels a day, which is almost 10% of what the world is consuming. It also produces a good amount of gas and a major component of the gas. So my reaction to your question has to do with the sizable contribution it makes. Now, I listened to Sahel from afar on what he said yesterday about the relevance of the contribution of Russia. I know that we are getting into a tacky, tiptoeing issue. I certainly believe that if it wasn't for OPEC Plus existence, we would not be celebrating a sustainable energy market to its level with the even today's volatility, because volatility would have been even worse
If OPEC
if
plus
if
were not
OPEC
together.
were not together and did not exist and did not attend to the market. Again, let's not forget that April 2020 we had a negative prices. And if it wasn't for OPEC Plus existing, that negative prices could have stayed with us for a few more months. I don't know. For until so many people would be ouching and ouching and ouching until more and more barrels will be out of the market. And as you have seen, some of these barrels that went out of the market did not come back. And there are people, serious people, that they would like to bring more barrels, but the barrels are not coming because the storyline. Sorry, if I can take some more time. My great friend Sultan and I, we were in Glasgow. He was kind enough to be with me that day when I made my speech. I'm not going to, bet on people's memory that they probably would forget. You could find it, you could see it. In Glasgow, I made a speech. The last paragraph of that speech, I enumerated 3 things. And it was in Glasgow, when everybody was talking about, as Sir was saying, about sustainability, climate change, climate change, climate change. I said, and I would repeat, and I would differ with Dan Yergin, because I was the one who first mentioned security of supply at that meeting. I said, the pillars of what we do should be energy security. Second, economic sustainability and growth and prosperity. Third, and I'm not ranking, but actually I call them the 3 pillars. Climate change attendance. But truly, you cannot attend to climate change without getting energy security. Yeah. And certainly, if you don't have energy security, you would not have economic prosperity, you would not have economic growth. And if you don't have the 2, you would not lose the means of attending to climate change.
Yes.
In that day, I can see it in faces. Oh, yeah. He's the representative of Saudi Arabia bragging about these things. Well, here comes Johnny. Look at what was happening today. Who's talking about climate change now? Yeah. Who's talking about but attending to energy security, first and foremost? Look at the countries that juggled their own energy mix. Look at how much people are advancing the idea of thoughts. We should focus on energy, on oil and gas, and we are pro-producing oil and gas. And pro, hallelujah, pro using coal.
You're pro using coal?
No, they are.
They are. Your Royal Highness, there is a moral question, and it's something that a lot of us have been talking about over the last several days here at the World Government Summit, which is, of course, the invasion of Ukraine. How do you respond to the critics of OPEC at this point who say you have a moral responsibility
Absolutely, we have
to reject Russia as a member?
Most all of what I know about Saudi Arabia is that we have voted at the UN clearly, emphatically. We, along with so many of our friends, I think we also did that. And we have really separated the issue. The moral, ethical, political thing, I think there is a platform and there is a forum for it, and we discharge our own beliefs, which is consistent with everybody's belief as far as I know. Now, when it comes to OPEC Plus, OPEC as OPEC priority, and I would take that privilege of saying I've been at it for the last 35 years, and I know how we managed to compartmentalize our political differences from what is good for the common good or the common good of all of us. That culture seeped into OPEC Plus.
Yes.
So when we get into that OPEC meeting room or OPEC building, as you may recall, everybody leaves his politics at the outside door of that building. And that culture has been with us. So if we don't do that, we would not have dealt with so many countries at different times. Could have been with Iraq at one point, it could have been with Iran at one point, it could have been with others, as Saudi Arabia. The reason we have managed to maintain OPEC and maintain OPEC Plus is we discuss these matters and these issues in an entirely silo type of approach, whereby we are much more focused on the common good, regardless of the politics.
Your Excellency, Mr. Mazrui, when you think about that with regards to the conversation we had a week before Putin decided to invade Ukraine, you told me that you had no indication, as a member of OPEC Plus, that there was any invasion forthcoming. You didn't think you would go in. As you gentlemen have so often said to me, the purpose of OPEC, the purpose of OPEC Plus is to stabilize the market, provide stability. How can you possibly trust a partner who literally destabilized global energy prices by invading Ukraine? Which basically fundamentally took a dig at what you guys are trying to do.
Well, if we mix politics to what we are doing in OPEC, I remember in OPEC and OPEC Plus, we had countries in war, and they are both partners. We did not take a side. And we're not taking a side today or saying this is right or this is wrong when we are inside that organization. We have one mission and only mission, which is stabilizing the market. So we cannot be politicizing or bringing politics into the organization and having that debate. There are other entities or ministries that are in charge of that. Our aim is to calm the market, trying to come up with volumes as much as possible. And if we are asking anyone to leave, then we are raising the prices. Then we are doing something that is against what the consumers want, what the consumers are crying for in many countries around the world who cannot probably have to afford where the prices could go, are asking us to calm the prices, try to bring more resources. How can we contradict with that objective, which serves the whole world by bringing an affordable sources of energy by squeezing or asking to squeeze some of the partners out? We cannot. I mean, if a country decides unilaterally, or 2 countries or 5 countries, they have all the right to select from which resources they buy. But we cannot decide for all of the countries in the world and say, you cannot buy these barrels. I think that is something that is outside the OPEC. If another organization is deciding that, and we had sanctions on Iran, we had sanctions on Venezuela, and they were respected members, and we did not do anything against them. So we've been there. We have seen crises, we have seen wars, and we stayed at course, and we delivered.
Just to complement what Suhail was saying, I ask you, who is been throwing these rockets and missiles at us and at Abu Dhabi? Who is financing? Who is training? Who is supplying these weaponries? Is a member of OPEC. I'll leave it for your imagination.
Prime Minister, I want to bring you into this conversation because, as His Royal Highness pointed out,
Cynical minds sometimes help.
this is why, literally, I love this subject. Prime Minister, so not only has the UAE and Saudi Arabia been again and again the target of malign influences from Iran, and I'm talking about the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and their proxies, the Houthi rockets that are coming over the border targeting oil and gas infrastructure, as well as civilians. But you at home are also a victim of Iranian aggression. Two questions. Are you worried about the fact that the United States seems to be rushing into a new JCPOA deal without a second track to address the malign activities of Iran? And when you take a step back and think about this a bit more broadly about your own economy, how damaging do you believe Iranian aggression is to the KRG specifically?
Well, we have been victims of these sorts of aggression for a long time now from different sides and different players. This time, the rocket attacks against Erbil was unjustified. The allegations were baseless.
And you're talking about the accusation that Israelis were in that building,
yes,
or that they were part of the conversations?
Well, that's what they say. I mean, basically, they attacked the residence of a private citizen, a businessman. And then, to justify their action, they were saying that they had hit the base of Israelis, which is not true. I mean, this is a
But Israelis are part of the dialogue, or not?
Absolutely not. I mean, they have nothing to do with this. They launched these attacks against us in that area, but again, they had to justify it to the international community, and we called for an international investigation. We called on the Iraqi federal government and the parliament, and also even invited the Iranians to visit the site and find for themselves that if their claims has any truth to it. Of course, it is, I mean, it's absolutely baseless. But we understand that this is a pressure on us as we are moving forward to form the new government in Iraq. The formation of the government has not been the way that they wanted. So this is a political pressure on the members of the alliance to basically withdraw from the alliance and to let them increase or at least maintain their influence that they have enjoyed throughout these years in Iraq. So basically one of the reasons for these attacks is to give us a warning, and also to go back to the energy. We are one of the regions that are flourishing and are trying to become a main player in providing energy, not just to the region, but hopefully to Europe and to the rest of the world, as we are discovering more oil and gas fields, and we are trying to develop those areas. I mean, this is something that may not be in the interest of the Iranians in this case. So that may also be another reason. But we are trying our best to fill some of the gaps that some of the, this war has left behind in the world. As in my speech yesterday, I also said that we are trying to at least provide some of the shortages that exist in the world. Now, the question is, are we allowed to go and do that?
Yeah.
Because again, we see that not only the rockets are trying to stop us, but there are also institutions that have been manipulated.
And you're talking about the government in Baghdad, you're talking
Yes.
about the court.
Yes, that have been manipulated, and they're trying to stop us from doing what we think would be in the best interest of our region and the rest of Iraq and also the world.
Do you believe that there's any progress you can make on that oil and gas law,
We are-
given the current context?
Yes, we are we are negotiating with the federal government. We are negotiating with the Ministry of Oil, and we are insisting that we need to preserve our constitutional rights. the Constitution stipulates and tells us exactly what our rights are and how we should act. And also, the Iraqi government knows that. So this is really, it has nothing to do with the Constitution or with the legality of the process. It's a political decision made by political appointees to basically put pressure on us at this stage. It's
tough for you, though, because when you talk to international investors, you've not only got this problem with Baghdad, but at the end of the day, you're also severely in debt. Your pipeline's 60% owned by Rosneft, the Russians. And you've got to wonder if that legal battle is going to be resolved in the near to medium term. It's a tough sell when the government in Baghdad is saying you're exporting oil and gas illegally. Well, how do you make that case to the investor?
First of all, we have to be careful about who is saying we are selling oil illegally. We have a constitution that our rights are very clearly shown in the Constitution, so we know exactly what we can do and we can't do. And then we have a law that was passed by our parliament in 2007, whereas the federal government does not have a hydrocarbon law and still refers to the law that's in 1976 from the previous regime. Iraq changed from a central government to a federal government, but the law hasn't changed.
Yeah.
We have a new constitution. The constitution calls for a hydrocarbon law. In 2007, again, we tried to pass that law at the federal level. It was, once again, the federal government that did not go ahead and pass the law in the parliament. So a lawless institution, disregarding the constitution, making decisions on an entity that has acted according to the Constitution and has a law. So who is illegal? An illegal, unconstitutional institution is making decisions on us that are absolutely constitutional and lawful. And in this case, we have also taken this interpretation to international lawyers and courts, and they have already decided that what the KRG is doing is absolutely constitutional and there is nothing illegal about it. We have given assurances to our trading partners, to the IOCs that are operating in Kurdistan, that Kurdistan will remain committed to honor the contracts that we have with all our partners.
Your Excellency, Mr. Mazrui, when you think about the volatility that we've seen in oil prices over the last several weeks since the invasion of Ukraine, can you give us a sense of where you see the market headed? Are we going to continue to see these massive price fluctuations?
It's very difficult to predict because there are many unknowns. Among them is the GCPA and the discussion with Iran, and when Iran is going to come to the market and what volumes would they bring, in addition to the uncertainty of how many more barrels we will lose from the group because there is a decline and no one is investing. So unless we have a promotion for investments in the hydrocarbon in many of those member countries and others, including the shale oil producers, unless we have that clarity and we get those resources in place, I think it's always going to be uncertain. What His Royal Highness and myself been warning about for years and years now of lack of investment is very relevant today, and it's going to catch up with us down the road. So we need, in my view, to incentivize investments. We in the United Arab Emirates are putting investments in place, and we will raise the capacity, and that's the production capacity of the country to the 5 billion barrels, because we believe in the future more barrels will be needed. And we don't see many other countries than us and Saudi Arabia and very few who are putting those resources as countries. The issue that I see as well, the IOCs are not as interested as they used to be in developing more resources. Yeah. And that is driven by the sustainability wave that we had 6 months ago, that made many of the boards of the shareholders of those IOCs telling them limit or decrease your investments in the hydrocarbon. And that is, to tell you the truth, troublesome, because that is not going to put enough resources. Even if all of our countries invest, we need sustainable investments. We believe that there will be growth on demand. We are seeing it. We've been told otherwise, but what they told the world did not happen. They said we will be plateauing, and yes, the current prices are also, and that's a good thing, they are incentivizing more investments in the renewable energy, and we're doing that as well. But I think for the transition will take time, and transition will need resources, and we need investments.
Your Royal Highness, does the energy transition come at the cost of energy security or vice versa?
Shouldn't. I think there is good room, and this is what we are doing ourselves. I think probably without being too unkind to others, but you could see us, you could see the UAE as probably the two good models that are trying to do all of the above. We're very much focused, for example, on, some friend of mine called me somewhere in April 2020, and he said, "Are you guys serious at net zero, at prices at below zero? You have made a statement of investing to create another 1 million barrels?" I said, "No, we know that this sub-zero prices will create the environment for that million to be used at some point. I've add that with our own energy mix, we will have an additional 1 million of export capacity. So actually, to the world, it will be roughly 2 million. So I believe we're doing, at least in our case, for ourselves and UAE, we have two of the best companies that can produce renewables in the form of Aqua and Master. We are all engaged in carbon sequestration. As Saudi Arabia, we have been, in fact, we are a founding member of the Net Zero Forum with the US and Canada and UAE and Norway and Qatar. We have plugged ourselves in the methane initiative. You know why? Because we know that we have a better record than many other countries, including the US, Canada, with the exception of Norway. And I kept telling their minister that Vikings were coming, because the Bedouin will come and will take over that. So we have committed ourselves to a net zero 2060, and with technology support and the evolution of technology and the cooperation with everybody in technology development. And again, I have to stress it, we did not put that commitment with a price tag or price support or financing or anything. We were seeking only technological cooperation in delivering us. We have not lost our focus even today with all what is going on. It's cumbersome, it's tough, it's rough, but we can never lose our sight for our future. So what we are doing ourselves is doing both. Attend to this crisis and maintain our course, the course that will deliver us. What we want from the world, or our neighborhood, or our colleagues in our neighborhoods, come to this country, come to Saudi Arabia, come to the other parts of the GCC country. See how much we're doing in converting our countries to countries of joy, hope, and prosperity. Copy what we have been successful with. Avoid the lesson that we learned from our failures. But honestly, we don't want to be handicapped because we have a duty to this generation and the generations to come, that as we have enjoyed our life, we owe it to those generations to come, that we, again, their inheritance would be secure, safe, prosperous countries.
Gentlemen, we're out of time, but I do have one final question to pose to each of you. This is an international audience. There are some very interesting people coming from the West, certainly from the United States. I'd like to ask each of you to tell me and tell this audience what it is that you would like to see from the United States. Your Excellency, Mr. Masroui.
Well, United States is a very important partner for all of us, and we are very proud of the relationship. I think what we need is pragmatism. We need to look at the objective of the energy and what we are asking for, not to tell us do this or do that. We are expert in our field, and we have been doing it for a very long time, and we've been successful. So we need their understanding that what we are doing is to the benefit of the consumers, to the benefit of the consumers in the United States, and to the benefits of the consumers worldwide. We're trying to balance the market, and it's not an easy job. We're not the only producers in the world, and when we say this is the right way to do it, we know it from experience. So trust us.
Prime Minister.
Well, U.S. is a great friend. They have been supporting us throughout these years. We would like them to continue supporting us. And of course, we do support any peace initiative anywhere in the world, but we don't want peace with someone to be on the expense of the stability and the security of someone else. We hope that the United States understands that they have many friends here in the Middle East, but the relationship has to be based on mutual respects and maintenance of the values and interests that serve both sides.
Your Royal Highness.
You want my personal opinion, or?
What would you give me?
Very simple. I missed my good friends all over the US. Looking forward to seeing them sometime if we can have a period of peace and tranquility where I could go and float around New York, Houston, and Washington. I have a lot of good friends. I just want to remind everybody of a history of 80 years of really doing everything to the book on what we can do to be the provider of sustainable energy. And people need not to forget the past, because we could regenerate the future if the pillars of the past can stay with us for the future.
There's an argument that could be made that the Biden administration has abandoned Saudi Arabia. Do you agree?
I would not get myself into political Hadley. You are a fantastic moderator, but my 39 years of government enables me to say, ditch the question and focus on the audience.
Your Excellency, Your Royal Highness, Prime Minister, thank you so much.
Thank you.
a few minutes away. It's a really annoying feeling, actually. But thanks everyone for coming, and thanks to the Dubai government, especially for organizing this event. This event has been in the making for the last few months with a very strong support of the Dubai government. On top of that, we want to, as an industry, I think we want to thank the Dubai government for adopting crypto at a breakneck speed and also having very favorable regulations and having a very open mindset towards this industry. I believe the long-term benefits for Dubai and the region will be very, very clear and will be huge. And I think we're at the cusp of embarking on exploring a new technology that is a new technology for money. The new technology for money will power the new financial sectors, which will be the fundamental pillars for every other sector, be it real estate, e-commerce, everything else. So I think this is the first time we are experimenting with this new technology. There's many new things that we're learning, and there's many new things we're trying, and then there's many new regulations that needs to be formed. So Dubai is one of those very few places where industry players like us are invited to join in the conversation while making some of the regulations. So we feel very privileged. And looking at the number of people who are in crypto in Dubai in the last few days, I believe that the ecosystem is really growing tremendously thanks to the strong leadership of the Dubai government. And this conference is really one of the key milestones for this type of discussion. So yeah, I don't want to dwell too much on it, and I think let's start this conversation.
Thank you for that, Susie. So my name is Hannah Murphy. I'm a tech correspondent with the Financial Times based out of London. It's a pleasure to be here at the World Government Summit and to moderate this first session of the Crypto Global Forum. Without further ado, joining me to discuss the future of blockchain and industry perspective, we obviously have Susie, CEO of Binance, one of the biggest crypto exchanges in the world, joining us via video link. And then Kevin O'Leary, I'd like to welcome you up to the stage. Kevin is the founder and chairman of O-Shares Investment Advisors, a renowned investor, entrepreneur, and of course, US television star. And last but not least, Suman Lee, welcome. The founder of entertainment giant SM Entertainment and the pioneer of K-pop. What an exciting panel we have. Welcome, everyone. Before we get started, just a little bit of housekeeping. We're going to have some simultaneous translation. So Arabic will be channel 1 on your headsets on the back of your seats. Channel 2 is English. Channel 3 is French. And channel 4 is Korean. So when Mr. Lee is speaking, there will be simultaneous translation into English available on channel 2. And finally, just a reminder, if you could put your phones on silent so that we can continue with the panel undisturbed, that would be much appreciated. So we're here to discuss the adoption of blockchain technology, the challenges of that, and what the future might hold. To set the scene here, about 5 years ago in 2017, the price of Bitcoin was sort of soaring through $10,000. And the conversation then was about blockchain technology disrupting finance and sort of bringing in a new era of decentralized financial systems. But today, it seems to me that those conversations are far broader and far deeper about the power of blockchain technology to shake up all sorts of industries, gaming, music, entertainment, sports, and also about the power of blockchain technology to shake up areas such as data privacy, ownership, authentication, and also about sort of how and whether blockchain technology and virtual currencies can be a part of these online digital worlds known as metaverses that companies such as Microsoft and Facebook are telling us that they want to build. All of these conversations, sort of to my mind, come under this catch-all umbrella phrase of Web 3 or Web 3.0, decentralizing the internet, if you will. So, CZ, starting with you, would you agree? How do you think about Web 3, and where are we at in terms of the development of blockchain now compared with sort of 5 years ago?
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I think the definition of Web3 is different from person to person. I actually don't think anybody has a very precise definition of what that term means. But I think any decentralized technology can be classified as Web3, and the newer version of Web, which will include cryptocurrencies as native currencies. So I think the definition of that word is less important. But what we see, based on what you just said, right? We have not seen that much disruption or replacement of traditional financial services like payments, which is one of the earliest use cases that's been identified even in the Bitcoin white paper. But guess what? People today still mostly pay for coffee, lunch using their existing payment methods. They don't use crypto for that. But where crypto really shined are the use cases that traditional financial sectors does not provide. Like global fundraising, like ICOs, IEOs, IDOs, etc., or even donations to Ukraine. So that cannot be done using cannot be done very easily using fiat currencies. NFTs allow artists and content creators to monetize their work globally. Again, if you go through traditional art galleries, you don't reach quite the same audience. And DeFi, and GameFi, many other things. So I think basically there's a lot of new use cases in the crypto, in the blockchain, or the Web3 space that are not overlapping. They're not disrupting the traditional industries yet. But if we look at the longer term, 10, 20, 30 years from now, they probably will. So in the short term, I don't think there's a lot of overlaps or replacements. That's complementary. But longer term, I think the disruption will happen.
Thanks, Susie. Kevin, I'm going to turn to you and ask, sort of, how do you think the blockchain space is evolving? What's the trajectory and where are we at? Oh, you have to press the...
Oh, there we go. Is that better? All right.
Yeah.
So I have a slightly different view. I look at it from the perspective of an institutional investor. I index for institutions. Indexing is how capital is deployed for the majority of investing in the world. And there is no participation yet at the institutional level. There's a lot of excitement about this, but the truth is virtually no institutions have put any weighting of anything into any of this yet because it lacks regulation. And there's a lot of excitement around regulation coming. That's a good thing. But at the end of the day, when and if institutions index this, they'll be putting a 1 to 3% weighting into something like Bitcoin, running a 100 billion mandate or whatever it is. So it'll be a lot of capital coming in at the same time when it gets regulated. But the way they look at it, and I agree with their view, Bitcoin is not a coin. It's just software. Ethereum is software. HBAR is software. Polygram is software. All of this is software development. And it seeks to find productivity in the financial services market, the real estate market, other hard asset markets. HBAR may be used eventually by supply chain management. It's semi-centralized. There's all kinds of different ideas coming here, and what it really requires is the regulator to regulate. So no institution is going to say, okay, great, I really think Polygon is going to be the next big thing, and I'm going to wait a 3% weighting in Polygon. They just raised $400 million. And so, but if you look at who actually invested, it was high net worth individuals. I invested in it. I thought it was a great idea, but there wasn't, I don't think, an iota of institutions involved. And so the way you got to look at that is it's really a positive in this sense. If those of us in this room understand this technology, this software technology, which is all it is, and you're willing to invest in Microsoft or you're willing to invest in Google, that's just software. So why wouldn't you invest in this software? And the only reason you're not, if you're an institution, is it's not regulated. The equity of Microsoft is a regulated security that trades globally. Same with, Google and everything else. It's just missing that last mile. So while there's a lot of excitement about what this can be, and I'm on that camp that says it can be great, nothing's going to happen until it gets regulated in terms of real price stability, real capital appreciation, and a real amount of capital coming into it from global investors. And so we're probably 2 or 3 years away from that right now.
Okay, let's definitely return to the regulation point and go into a bit more detail about that shortly. Mr. Lee, speaking from your vantage point as a music pioneer, what impact do you think that technologies such as blockchain can have on the entertainment and culture industries?
So can I speak in Korean?
Yeah, please do speak in Korean, and we have channel 2 for the translation.
Okay, thank you very much. 저희는 그 문화라는 것을 접하면서 저희는 컬처 테크놀로지라고 하는 것을 저희가 말을 만들어내고 창안해냈습니다. 컬처라는 것이 옛날에 우리 중동에도 굉장히 중요한 아주 리치한 컬처들이 옛날에 굉장히 많았었는데 그러한 것들이 전수가 안 되고 또 이어지지가 않고 그냥 유적지로만 남아있고 이런 경우가 굉장히 많았었습니다. 그래서 이 문화라는 것을 성문화해서 말로 쓸 수 있게 또 뭐 포뮬러화 할 수 있다면 공식화할 수 있다면 클래식처럼 이렇게 음악이 클래식이 되고 또 사료이 바뀌어가는 어드밴스드 뮤직이 나오고 컨템포러리 뮤직이 나오고 이러는 것처럼 우리가 일단 글로써 성문화해서 많은 사람들이 그것을 보고 그 새로운 문화에 접하면서 그 문화를 발전시켜 나가면 얼마나 좋을까. 또 우리 회사로 볼 때는 SM 엔터테인먼트 직원들이 그런 것을 보면서 일단 포뮬라화되어 있는 그런 성문화되어 있는 컬처 테크놀로지라는 것을 보면서 우리가 문화를 기술적으로 또 우리가 공식화하듯이 공식표를 만들듯이 그렇게 한번 해볼 수는 없을까라는 생각이었습니다. 그런 것이 이제 그 기술과 결합이 되면서 이제는 문화와 기술이 결합이 된 하나의 결정체를 우리는 CT라고 SM에서는 부르고 있습니다. 제가 그 말을 옛날에 IT가 많이 시작되면서 많이 이렇게 보편 타당성 있게 이렇게 보편화될 때 저희는 IT 대신에 우선 CT를 준비하자. 미래에는 CT가 굉장히 중요해질 것이다 라고 얘기를 했습니다. 지금은 이제 이 블록체인과 이러한 여러 가지 기술을 통해서 우리가 모든 사람들이 그것을 활용하고 이용하고 이제 우리한테 좋은 문화생활을 주는 그런 세상이 됐습니다. 우리 CT를 통해서 이 블록체인과 또 여러 가지 기술을 통해서 우리가 요즘 SNS를 하면서 우리가 새로운 크리에이션 하는 시대에 들어갔다고 봅니다. 우리 인간들은 가장 우리에게 인간들에게 주어진 가장 축복이면서도 가장 하고 싶은 것은 크리에이션이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 저희는 그 CT와 함께 또 기술과 융화시키면서 저희는 그 크리에이션을 할 수 있는 것을 특별한 컴포저나 특별한 작사가나 특별한 프로듀서가 아니더라도 한 12살 먹은 어린 아이들이 그러한 재능이 있고 하고 싶다면 저희 메타버스에 들어와서 이러한 것들을 만들 수 있도록 즉 크리에이트 할 수 있도록 이렇게 그러한 메타버스를 지금 구상하고 곧 선보일 예정입니다. 이럴 때 가장 중요한 것은 원래 그 값어치로서 누군가가 크리에이션한 거를 사용하는 것은 좋지만 마음대로 사용해서 저작권 이슈라든가 이러한 문제가 생겨나는 것을 해결하지 않으면 안 될 것으로 생각합니다. 따라서 저희한테는 그 CT가 있기 때문에 굉장한 이 새로운 기술들을 활용을 해서 누구나 다 창조를 할 수 있는 기쁨을 맛보게 할 수 있을 텐데 그것이 누구를 또 해하게 할 수는 없다. 그래서는 안 된다. 따라서 저작권의 문제를 먼저 잘 해결한다면 굉장한 우리에게 인간 모두에게 베네핏이 있지 않을까 이렇게 생각합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. You end mentioning sort of copyright and what blockchain technology can do there. Sort of one of the things that has emerged that CZ mentioned earlier are sort of NFTs, or non-fungible tokens, essentially digital ownership certificates registered on a blockchain. CZ, could you tell us about NFTs, which obviously exploded in popularity last year through this year? Obviously, some critics complain that what we're looking at and what we most often see is sort of apes and punks and pictures of cats online and very cartoonish drawings. What do you think has actually really pulled people to this latest NFT boom? And do you think the hype is sort of opportunistic speculation because of prices, or are there other draws?
Sure. Yeah, I think there's a bit of everything, to be honest. There's a little bit of hype. There's a little bit of speculation, but there's also there is fundamental technology invention or innovation. I think NFTs is the first time where we have a technology that can verify authenticity through the blockchain, and it also keeps a history. And so just this alone sounds very, very simple, but we couldn't do this in a decentralized way before. Before, we always have to rely on some central party that may or may not exist forever. So just because of that, this allowed artists to share their art. And as I mentioned earlier, this allowed them to sell their art globally, sell their content, sell their work globally. And they get very good prices for it because they can reach such a large audience. The liquidity is very good. Whether the prices are overpriced, I'm not sure. I don't understand the pricing of NFTs at all. I don't collect NFTs. I'm not an art collector. I'm a software developer. So, but NFTs can, like in our discussions with entertainment partners like SM Entertainment, and also like, for example, other like football clubs where they sell merchandise. Many of their merchandise are like in countries like China, Indonesia, or Southeast Asia, other countries. There's like 10x of the merchants being sold than what they sell themselves. So meaning like 90% of merchandise they sell are not the authentic ones, and the clubs don't get the money for it. If you attach an NFT per merchandise, then you can solve that copyright problem. So you can solve that authenticity problem, and you can also potentially have a much stronger revenue engine. So all of these things are problems the technology can solve. Whether a GIF, a JPEG, a ape is worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm not sure. That's up to it. But in the world, if anyone's willing to pay for it, then it's worth that much. So whether the market will sustain that or not, I'm not sure. So yeah, so I think the NFTs is a fundamental technology that will stay. Whether the market is too hot or too cold, market fluctuates. That's just how markets work. So, but I do think the technology is a very useful invention, and it will stay.
Thanks, CZ. Kevin, what do you think of NFTs? What use cases, beyond the sort of collectibles, what use cases do you see in the future?
NFTs are a very interesting use case for using blockchain, and I agree with CZ on authentication. I'll give you a use case that's under development right now in a sector that most people in this room know well, watches. The origination of watches, for example, Patek Philippe, Omega, FP Journe, they only make a few thousand watches a year, and they sell a few $1 billion worth of them every new model that comes out. But the secondary market around the world is 12x the size of the primary market. And it has many dealers. The very famous one here, Suzuki, is well known around the world as one of the premier dealer brokers of watches. And the challenge you have in buying a watch after it's been owned once is they're fakes. There are hundreds of millions of fakes. And again, an NFT would really work there because you'd want to get the origination. And the way they would do that is you can scan the surface of the dial at a micro level, and there's small imperfections in it that really give it a fingerprint. So there's a lot of work going on in that area. Here's the problem with NFTs right now. If you have a smart contract on an NFT, I don't care if it's art or it's a lazy ape or whatever it is, and every time it trades, it yields a reward for somebody, that smells a lot like a security. Is that a dividend? Is that a capital appreciation? If you are digitizing art and fractionalizing it and selling it in pieces, and there's a Liechtenstein that's being sold that way right now in the US under Reg A. It actually has a prospectus. Is that a security? And again, I go back to the infrastructure of our regulatory environment globally. If it smells like a duck, walks like a duck, swims like a duck, it's probably a duck. And if it's giving you interest and it's paying you capital after you've purchased it, and you don't think it's security, you're at risk. You're at risk for trading something that is eventually going to be ruled as a security. And I think that's holding back the entire NFT market outside of the JPEGs and everything else. Again, we're waiting for the regulator to regulate. Now, the Loomis bill, which is going through a bipartisan agreement on the Hill in the United States, is going to get tabled in the next few months. It has a lot of very positive policy in it for blockchain, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and several other items that it deals with directly. But it does not deal with NFTs. And so we are a long way away from having this resolved. And I would argue that every financial institution in the world is not going to trade this unless they know with certainty it's regulated. You would be so offside trading something that yields interest if you're an institution, I mean, that's why it's interesting, but it's nowhere.
Right. The ambiguity is holding it back for the moment.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah. I wanted to follow up and ask about another concept, sort of the metaverse, and sort of how important do you think blockchain and virtual currencies might be for the metaverse or the metaverses that may or may not come in the future?
I think the metaverse has a great opportunity and a big problem. And here's the way to look at it. The use case for it today is in gaming. There's no question that that's going to drive adoption. And I'll give you another use case that actually is happening in Miami right now. There is a developer selling high-end condominiums now. They don't have any virtual existing building. They haven't even broken the ground. They're almost sold it out. They did it all on a model of a metaverse. In other words, you went and saw your condominium with goggles on. You actually walked through it. You saw all the amenities, the pool parties, the restaurants. You could walk in and sit down in the restaurant. They spent a few $1 million setting this up, and they sold out a multi-million-dollar condo project. So there's tremendous possibilities, even in these early iterations. But here's the problem. What's going to drive this ultimately long-term is advertising dollars. It's companies wanting to attract you to their product and service on the metaverse and making that really interactive experience be something special. So whether you're buying a car or a pen or jewelry or food items or alcohol or whatever it is you're buying, you're going to find it somewhere on the metaverse. But if you're a big brand, a global brand, you're not going to put that on an uncurated metaverse. There's two paths being pursued now. A curated metaverse, hailed by the Facebook of the world and others, Microsoft as well, where they will guarantee you, if you're Procter & Gamble, your store will not be sitting beside a porn shop on the metaverse. And you're going to pay for that. You're going to want to be curated in your section. On the other hand, if you're a cowboy and you're just rogue and you want to have fun because it's unregulated, there's plenty of unregulated metaverses being developed. I don't see how they're going to survive long term unless the use case is for gaming and some subset of the gaming market, because no advertiser is going to put their product or service into an uncurated environment, because it'll just be chaos. And so the market hasn't decided yet. It's too early. But that's going to be the fork in the road. That's going to be the difference. It'll get real when Procter & Gamble advertise in a curated metaverse. That's the way I look at it.
But presumably in these virtual worlds, there'll be virtual currencies. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg's vision is a sort of a huge economy of people selling digital goods and services to each other in these spaces. Does that chime with you?
I'm the only guy in the world that doesn't hate Mark Zuckerberg. I got to tell you. I love the guy because he kind of understands this, but he's got a really bad rap out there, and Facebook has a bad rap. But he's probably going to be the first to do this because he already has billions of users, and he can curate it. He can go to a company and say, I'll create a safe space for you, here's the cost, and I'll bring billions of users to it. Now, whether it's tokens or gaming or whether it's advertising or whether it's an experience, like selling real estate or whatever it is, he's the only person right now that can deliver that many users. And so while everybody, that stock's been cut in half, I'm a buyer of that stock here because I actually think he's going to get there first. But that's a decision every investor has to make. And it's a controversial one. But you need users. You need billions of users. There's no other company that has that many that can do this.
Mr. Lee, I wanted to ask you, what significance NFTs and the metaverse hold for you at SM Entertainment?
NFT와 메타버스의 결합은 아마 미래 경제 체제를 구축할 것이다 이렇게 생각합니다. 그런 것에 대해서는 뭐 우리 미스터 원더풀 씨께서도 굉장히 지금 잘 얘기를 해주시고 또 많은 분들이 잘 알고 계셔서 제가 얘기하는 문제는 좀 아닌 것 같긴 한데 저는 NFT에 대해서 좀 얘기하고 싶은 것은 NFT는 새로운 그 창조물이다라고 생각을 하고 아까도 말씀드렸듯이 우리 인간들이 제일 하고 싶은 건데 너무 탤런트가 없어서 또는 경험해보지 못해서 못하는 것이 하나의 창조라는 것이라고 생각을 하고 우리에게 그것이 주어질 수만 있다면 우리는 아마 창조라는 것을 누구나 다 하고 싶어 할 것으로 생각합니다. 그래서 그 NFT라는 것은 하나의 창조물로 보고 그 NFT를 만들 수 있도록 모든 사람들이 만들 수 있도록 우리가 그것을 제공해 줄 수는 없을까에 저는 굉장히 많이 생각을 해보고 또 메타버스를 통해서 그런 블록체인의 기술을 가지고 우리가 여러 가지 보호도 받을 수 있는 그런 세상이 왔다라고 생각하면서 제가 생각하는 것은 그것의 시작은 어떻게 보면 우리가 늘상 해오던 play to earn 이라고 하는 것으로 이제 겨우 시작이 된 것 같습니다. 그러나 마지막은 어떻게 보면 우리가 해야 될 걸 그보다 훨씬 더 높은 단계는 또 우리가 정말 궁극적으로 해야 될 것은 play to create라고 생각합니다. 제가 주장하는 것은 우리는 어떠한 창조를 정말 플레이하듯이 너무 즐거움을 가지고 할 수 있다. 그런데 이 창조를 하고 뭔가 세상을 만들어내는 사람들, 어떤 것을 만들어내는 사람들은 그 사람이 굉장히 고생하는 것 같고 굉장히 많이 시간을 소비하는 것 같고 또 남들이 안 하는 걸 함으로 인해서 굉장히 인정도 못 받고 그런 괴로울 것으로 보이겠지만 저희 음악을 창작하고 또 댄스를 만들고 하는 사람들처럼 즐거운 사람들은 없을 것 같습니다. 또한 어떤 수학 공식을 만들거나 새로운 것을 만들어내는 사람들처럼 기쁘고 가치 있는 삶을 사는 사람들은 없을 거라고 생각합니다. 그래서 제가 생각하는 것은 play to earn, 우리가 농경 시대에 정착하는, 즉 우리가 뭐 농사를 짓게 되면서부터 우리는 안정된 삶을 시작했다고 볼 수가 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 농경 시대에 들어가면서 그러면서 우리는 문화를 즐기는 그런 시대가 시작됐다고도 할 수 있습니다. 그거와 비교한다면 play to earn은 이제 우리가 정말 즐길 수 있는 시대에 들어간 것 같고요. play to earn을 함으로 인해서 우리가 어쩌면은 그 메타버스 안으로 전부 매료되는 생활을 할 수 있는 게 아닐까. 그것의 끝은 무엇일까라고 생각한다면 저는 창조라고 얘기하고 싶습니다. 따라서 NFT가 메타버스와 만나면서 이런 NFT를 만들 수 있도록 저희가 할 수 있는 일은 아까도 말씀드렸듯이 컬처 테크놀로지를 통해서 뭔가를 만들 수 있을 텐데 그것을 많은 젊은이들에게 알려주고 사용할 수 있게 하는데 특히 누구나 할 수 없는 12살의 아이가 사실 배우지도 않았는데 또 60살의 나이를 가지신 분도 지금이라도 댄스를 만들고 싶고 춤을 추고 싶기도 하지만 또 음악도 만들고 싶은 사람이 아직도 굉장히 많습니다. 다른 일을 하면서도 나는 음악을 좋아하고 밴드를 만들고 싶은 사람도 많고 생활에 여유가 되면서부터 점점 더 이제는 직장 생활을 하면서 돈을 벌면서도 그런 생활을 하는 사람들이 많은데 그러한 것을 어렸을 때부터도 접할 수 있다면 즉 저희는 킬러 컨텐츠를 만들어내는 그러한 회사이고 저는 그것을 만들어내는 프로듀서입니다. 많은 창작자들과 함께 컴포저, 커리어그래퍼들과 함께 그것을 만들어내고 있는데 12살의 어린아이들이 그것을 하고 싶은 마음이 있을 때 그것을 정말 자기가 작곡자로서 배운 것이 없지만 곡을 만들 수 있게 해준다면 얼마나 좋을까 이런 생각을 하고 저는 그것을 메타버스에서 현실적으로 할 수 있게 하는 것 메타버스를 곧 선보일 것이며 또한 춤을 만들 수 있으면 얼마나 좋을까 이러한 춤을 추는 것을 좋아하고 일생 동안 춤을 안 추고 계속 사무실에 갇혀서 일을 한 사람들 중에도 나이가 들어서도 춤을 만들 수 있고 또 아바타를 통해서 춤을 출 수도 있고 또한 그 춤의 코리오그래피를 자기 자신이 창작을 해놓을 수 있는 그러한 플레이 투 크리에이트라고 하는 메타버스를 저희는 하고 싶습니다.
Thank you. It's fascinating to hear about sort of the influencer and creator economy and how this could sort of fuel that. I want to speak to some of the challenges in this space. CZ, from my perspective, this is still very nascent and markets are very immature. You see a lot of market manipulation, a lot of scams. The media likes to jump on these often. What do you think are some of those challenges in the space, and how can they be overcome in order to sort of bring in regulators, as Kevin has spoken about, for that last part of the puzzle?
Sure, I think the industry will solve those problems, and most of the problem will solve itself. Number one is blockchain, crypto industry are very transparent. So if you trade on using DeFi, you can see who's manipulating the market, who has large orders. All the orders on the blockchain, you can trace them. And I think right now people are still quite new to this world, and they don't know, many of them don't know how to analyze it yet. But the law enforcement are getting exceedingly exceedingly good at tracking some of those data. So for example, if you look at the Bitfenix hack, the hack happened in 2016, and then a couple months ago, this hacker started using some of the funds. They got caught right away, and those funds actually went through mixers to try to hide their tracks. But even then, the law enforcement tracked that right through. So the tracking is actually much more transparent, which actually means that illicit activities, manipulation, all of those things are much harder to do in crypto. And also in the crypto market, it's actually, from a trading perspective, it's actually much more fair. Bitcoin trades on thousands of different exchanges around the world. And it's actually much harder to manipulate the market. Whereas compared to traditional stocks, most stocks only trade on one market. And so if you can manipulate that one stock on that one market, you can actually much easier to manipulate the price. So the global nature of crypto is actually much better in terms of being fair, etc. I think also the regulations are shaping up. So now we have many different countries. Some countries have bad regulations. So not all regulations are good. Not all regulations are bad. Good regulations are good, bad regulations are bad. Some countries, like, they outright ban crypto. I think that's good. That's going to hurt the economy in the long term. That's not good for themselves. There are countries which are adopting a much more open stance to it. On a couple of the points, I actually have a slightly different view to Calvin. I think he and I have slightly different worldviews. I think institution adoption is happening. It's just that, okay, if you look at the institutions in the U.S., yes, many of the large ones needs to wait for regulation to become 100% clear to be able to do stuff. Many of them have invested in other crypto startups or other crypto funds, or even spin-offs of funds that are trading in crypto. And there are institutional players trading in crypto in a large way already. And I also believe that price stability is a function of the market cap. If Bitcoin's market cap reaches 100 trillion, it will be very stable. When it's 2 trillion, it's going to be less stable. When another asset is 1 billion, it's going to have higher fluctuations, because if somebody puts in 100 million, then the price is going to fluctuate more. So the price stability comes as a function of market size, not so much regulation. Regulators don't. I believe of all the regulations in the world, there's no regulation that says that the price of a certain thing cannot move more than X% in a single day. There are circuit breakers on different exchanges, but those only work in short term. If you look at some of the tech stock, real estate, etc. If you look at the Russian ruble, they all have dropped significantly. I think a free market is much better for determining the real price of things instead of regulations trying to stabilize things. Also, there's a couple points earlier on the metaverse part. I actually don't think metaverse will necessarily have to depend on advertising dollar. Advertising dollar is a very much Web 2 business model. You drive traffic, you have a lot of eyeballs, and then you sell ads to your users, which typically involves in selling selling a lot of the user data. In a Web 3 model, you have transactions directly. You can have microtransactions. You can have people pay you 0.1 cents for reading an article, for playing with for using a new weapon, for interacting with your virtual environment. So there could be very new business models that come up that does not depend on advertising. So advertising is not. I actually think advertising is a really bad business model because it sells the user information. The users become the product, which is bad. We should the way businesses make money should be more transparent, and actually Web3 allows that much more transparent business model. I also don't necessarily agree that I think Facebook has a lot of advantage given their user size. But I actually think in new industries, typically newer players have a lot of advantage as well. They're more nimble, they're more agile. Facebook is not the biggest social media player. Microsoft is not the biggest search engine, and IBM is not the biggest OS or Office producer. So every time that when there's new industry coming up, the older big giants, they are optimized for one thing. And sometimes the over-optimization makes them harder to change. So there are differences, but there are also many cases where the giant was able to use their market dominance to win new services. Of course, both exist in abundance. So, but yeah, I just want to point out some of the differences that may exist. And lastly, regulators don't create regulations in a vacuum. They only create regulations after an industry exists. So they don't dream up of regulations for NFTs today because NFT is so new. Regulators don't predict the future. They don't drive industries. What they do is they protect the industries and they protect the users once the industry forms, which is still very important. But regulators are not going to sit there dream up of what's going to happen in the future, make regulations. The larger players, the larger existing regulated financial industries, yes, they are slightly disadvantaged because they can't move until there's regulation. So basically, if you think about an empty road with no speed signs, the existing financial players, they cannot drive at all. They just have to wait. Whereas the startups, they drive as fast as they can because there's no speed sign. There's somewhere in the middle, which is probably better. Look, you're gonna drive at a speed where other people are driving, where it's safe, but you want to be innovative. So there's different players in the industry operating in different modes. So that's kind of how I see regulations. But fortunately, there are many progressive governments, like the governments in Dubai, in UAE, and many other parts of the world, that are pushing regulations for crypto in a big way and in a very positive way. So I'm very, very positive about this industry moving forward.
Thanks, Susie. We've only got a couple of minutes left. I have a couple more questions. Kevin, I want to ask really quickly, do you have any thoughts on what Susie said about price stability being solved by the size of the market? Oh.
Size of market and price stability, they are correlated, but what matters in a security, if you want to call Bitcoin a security, is to have the broadest market possible. It's great that it trades on a lot of exchanges all around the world, but there's a very limited demand use case for it right now because there's virtually no institutions that own it. If it was tomorrow and the regulator in the US said that we're going to allow Bitcoin, and the test would be what the Canadian market did, they allowed the very first exchange-traded fund to trade on a Toronto exchange, a Toronto stock exchange, a traditional institutional vehicle, and the underlying security was Bitcoin. Then they issued another ETF with the underlying security being Ethereum, and they were wildly successful. They had billions of dollars in them within hours. And so the potential is great. And the whole idea would be that if other regulators, specifically the SEC and the Federal Trade Commission, allowed the same structure, a tested structure, already done in Canada, already working, and allowed for a US ETF, that would create an institutional demand for the product. And there's no question that the reason you have, 50% volatility almost every 11 months in Bitcoin is there is no bid at the institutional level. They're just, for all the excitement about it, it's a zero bid. And so you're going to have vol until this thing is an institutional product, because the reason you get stability is when you're an institution and you allocate, typical allocation might be 1.5% to 5% max. You're running a typical mandate. There's 11 sectors in the S&P. You're allowed to own up to 20% in any one sector, but no more than 5% in any one stock. The same thing for Bitcoin. So if you had a $100 billion fund and you allocated 150 basis points, there'd be a lot less volatility, because when it trades down and you're the manager, you buy it back to 1.5%. And when it exceeds 1.5%, your limit, you sell it. But that amount of demand increases the volume by 1,000x. And that's why I say, and I still say this, and I've been saying it since 2017, it's going to get real when the US regulator allows an ETF with Bitcoin in it. You want to own Bitcoin the day before they do that. That's my argument. And so I don't know when that's going to be. There's 17 licenses applied for right now. I don't see we're going to get it this year. I don't think we're going to get it during the Biden administration. So maybe you've got to wait 3 years. I don't know. But I'm adamant on it. When the institution buys it, it's real. And when that happens, it's going to appreciate in value dramatically, probably more than anybody can even guess. So if you want to see $100,000, $250,000 Bitcoin, the only way that happens is when institutions can buy it.
So if the answer is regulation, what exactly, in an ideal world, what would you like to see in terms of what regulators do, and sort of should crypto regulations be carved out and there be sort of more specific crypto regulations, or sort of brought under existing financial regulation?
Well, what I want and what's actually happening are two different things. So let's talk about what's really happening. There's 4 vectors of regulation happening right now and happening very quickly. Number one, the Loomis bill. We've talked about it already. Going through a bipartisan group of senators and congressmen to be tabled in the months ahead. Does not deal with NFTs. Number two, the SEC is contemplating auditing carbon. Now, you may think that has nothing to do with crypto, but it does, because the granddaddy of crypto is Bitcoin mining. And for most institutions that wanted a proxy to Bitcoin pricing, they couldn't buy Bitcoin, so what they did is they bought the shares of public Bitcoin companies. Marriott, I guess Hive, I'll give you some of the ones that are indexed in the US. Marathon, Hive, Hut 8. Those are the kind of stocks you could own, and they traded in almost perfect correlation to the price of Bitcoin. However, they all use carbon offsets to say that they're carbon neutral. Well, if you read the tea leaves of the SEC ruling or contemplation, and that's the number 2 vector, number 3 is the president's own executive order, which talked about climate change, which was a direct swipe at Bitcoin mining. And then lastly, you've got the Larry Fink BlackRock letter that is against anything to do with hydrocarbons. And so all of a sudden, if you have to audit the carbon credit, these companies aren't clean anymore, because there's no way to audit a ledger-based carbon credit versus the offset of how much electricity you're using from a carbon source. So this is a bad news for Bitcoin. You're going to see a lot of this discussion next week in Miami at Bitcoin 2022 in trying to figure out how to get around this problem. The only way around it, hydroelectricity for Bitcoin. That's the future. And nuclear power. Those are the only 2 that you can say are green mining. So there's a lot of cross currents in the policy right now that are going to come to hurt certain aspects of crypto, Bitcoin being the first one that's going to get damaged around this ESG issue.
Thanks, Kevin. Given we've only got a couple of minutes, we may already be over time. I'm just going to finish and ask Susie, ideal world, what do you want regulators to do?
In the ideal world, we should just say, look, have the business. Let's fight the bad players in the space. The scammers, the hackers. Let's fight those guys, and let's regulate crypto as a new asset type. I think one of the things that happens quite a lot in this space is that people try to use the existing asset type to classify crypto, and this is like classifying cars into a type of horse. It doesn't quite work that well, and it has a lot of legacy issues. And the existing classifications usually will put them into an existing regulator agency. And so what we have seen Dubai do really well is they set up a brand new agency to regulate crypto. This new agency does not have the legacy issues of protecting the incumbents, etc. So I think this will really help the crypto to grow in this region. So yeah, I think basically we look for the regulations are not all set because the industry is still growing. And we just want to look for regulators with an open mindset. I think that's the most important part.
And crypto is ready for that. Sort of historically, it's been thought of as a little allergic to regulation, but is crypto ready?
I think crypto's ready. I think regulations does not hurt crypto. Just bad regulations hurt crypto. Bad regulations doesn't actually hurt crypto, it just hurts that country. It just hurts citizens of that country. So there's 200-something countries in the world, and each one of them may have slightly different regulations. Many of them will be good. And good regulations is good for crypto, and it's good for the population, it's good for that country.
Thank you so much. I believe that's all we have time for. I'm going to hand over back to the team here at the Global Crypto Forum. We also have a break for lunch at 12, and then we will be back in the TDRA hall from 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone here today.
in all its extremities, in all its difficulties at the moment. With us on the panel is His Excellency Salvatore Shakitiano, who is the president of ICAO, which is, for those who are not familiar, the UN body responsible for aviation. Sir Tim needs no introduction, but he'll get one anyway. Sir Tim of Emirates, Sir Tim Clark. Luis Felipe de Oliveira is from ACI, which is the Airports Council International, and the Senator Hadi Serika from Nigeria, who is with us today as the Minister of Aviation from Nigeria. There is much to talk about as we go through this. We start, of course, you can't talk about the future of aviation at the moment and not talk about Ukraine and Russia. So to you, sir, ICAO is the UN body responsible for aviation. Are you going to suspend or kick Russia out?
Thank you, Richard, for this easy question. I would say that the role of ICAO is not to suspend member states. Of course, this is to adopt standards and to support member states to implement them well. When there are violations, of course, there will be actions to be taken, but will not be taken just without the due process. The situation in Ukraine is generating a serious concern for us, for safety perspectives, due to the flight over and the near conflict zones, and the consequences that will determine in the short, medium, and long term. If you wish, we can address a little more.
Right, but let's just take the Russia issue, because Russia is also before ICAO, or will be, for the tribunal over MH17, which was shot down. So I guess if ICAO is to have any credibility, sir, you have to be seen to take action on one or other front.
Yeah, you're right. There is a specific provision in the Chicago Convention where the Council of ICAO is a role of a judge, is a court that can take actions, but there is a due process to be done. You mentioned MH17. Just last week, Australia and the Netherlands submitted to ICAO what is called a file under Article 84. That's a dispute submitted to the Council of ICAO, and the Council of ICAO will address this issue with hearings, of course, and if there will be a responsibility that will be determined by the Council as a court, is a judicial court, actually, from this perspective, can even take a decision to suspend the right to be part of the organization.
But I guess what people want to know, and then we'll move on, I guess what people want to know is that something's going to be done. That it's not, I mean, a good example is the UNWTO, which says it's going to suspend Russia, but it's going to take 3 months to do it.
It will require a due process. That doesn't mean 3 months or 6 months. That means that there will be a need to submit all the evidences, and then the Council can decide.
So Tim, how difficult is aviation at the moment? You're coming out of a pandemic, there's huge demand, and then you've got this.
Well, let's just deal with COVID first. It's probably the most traumatic thing that's hit the airline business and the global economy since the Second World War. And we're having to deal with that, and you're absolutely right. We're now seeing a resurgence of demand across all our countries on our network and the segments within those. So we're actually seeing some very good positive movement across our network. But at the same time, now we have the Ukrainian issue, which of course is possibly more serious in terms of civil aviation and other areas in the global economy than the COVID pandemic. And I say that simply because from a civil aviation point of view, from an airline point of view, the notion that going forward with the what I would call the economic Iron Curtain moving to the east and the exclusion of Russia in the future and its civil aviation power that it has is going to cause a tectonic shift in the way airlines and the aviation business goes about its business.
You say it's going to, it's already caused it, hasn't it? I mean, you've got the leased aircraft in Russia that are now in some no man's land, if you will. You've got overflight, which is not possible. How do you see how do you see it developing out, if you will?
Personal opinion, like all major traumas that face the global community in the last 70 years, there will be a resolution to this, one way or the other. It cannot go on indefinitely. Nobody's going to win on this, and everybody will suffer if we're not careful, not the least of which are the people in Ukraine. So we have to find, the global community has to find a resolution. And surprisingly, if you'd asked me this question 20 years ago, the same thing had happened, I would say, yes, this looks like a paradigm shift in what's going to happen to the global economy. But if this gets sorted sooner rather than later, the pressure of globalization, the pressure of demand from multiple sectors within the global economy will be such that we can get through this. The longer it goes on, the more difficult it becomes to deal with.
I need to ask you that you're still flying to Russia. Why?
Well, there's two reasons. Obviously, the ownership have not directed us to do otherwise. And so as long as we are not told not to operate to Russia, we will continue to do so. But don't forget, these sanctions are not against the Russian people, the Russian citizens. They still are people like you and me, and they want to be able to travel. There are lots of reasons why we fly. We carry humanitarian goods in our holds. We've got NGOs traveling in and out of Russia. We've got the diplomatic community going in and out of Russia. And a lot of the developing world, which is perhaps not part of the sanctions regime, need to deal with Russia in their own way. So all we're doing is being an enabler, facilitator, without taking a political position on this for the time being. And so long as the state, our owner, requires us to fly there, we will continue.
Turning to the airports, ACI, as we come out of the pandemic, and we've now got more turmoil, what is it you want from governments, from regulators?
Well, I think I will start with the one topic that I always touch base. The first one is we are one of the safest transport in the world, and safest industries in the world, and we are now in a position that we are in the hands of the health authorities. That's why basically the aviation lost the power to take their own decisions. In that way, we cannot harmonize a system, and you cannot harmonize a system that you go to the risk bureau basis as requested by the health authorities.
But we did a dreadful job during the pandemic of harmonizing restrictions, regulations. Would you agree?
Well, we supported the work that ICAO did. ICAO did a Council of Aviation Recovery Task Force that basically provide the guidelines to the countries to reopen.
But the country's minister ignored in many cases what ICAO said. They said don't close down. They said you don't need to do this. They said you don't. And the countries did it anyway.
Well, the countries have to do it at the time. Look at the case of Nigeria. We have 200 million people in Nigeria, and most of them living closely together. In cities jam-packed by 20 million people, Lagos, 40 million people, Kano. Something got to be done, otherwise people will die. So we went on, closed the country immediately at the time, and that's why in Nigeria, up to today, there are only 3,500 deaths, and just about 250,000 infections, and 245,000 discharged from hospitals.
Do you believe those numbers?
Yes, I do. Otherwise, you would have seen Nigerians going to the grave unexplained. Yes. So it worked very well, but then gradually it began to ease out, and business is coming. Don't forget, at the time before COVID, Nigeria aviation becomes the fastest growing sector of the economy.
Right, so
the airlines are doubled, the passenger number are quadrupled, number of airlines doubled, number of airports doubled, all within the Buhari administration of 6 years.
Now, in the interest of transparency, I did discuss this with the minister. He knows where I'm going here. Are you committed to having an open, transparent, private sector aviation industry with open skies?
Absolutely, absolutely. So when we came in 2015, the Buhari government, to which I have become a minister so far, we are committed to a roadmap to establish a national carrier, to concession the airports, to set up a leasing company, to establish cargo facilities, and we've just been doing that, and aviation has quadrupled.
Why do you want a national carrier?
So because Nigeria is situated at the center of Africa, equidistant from all locations, Africa is 30.4 million square kilometers of landmass, 1.4 billion people, a very green and virgin land, and Nigeria, if Central and West Africa is the belt of Africa, Nigeria is the buckle, because 200 million people, rising middle class, propensity to fly is high. Nigeria is a candidate for a national carrier. That's why Emirates...
A private national carrier or a
private,
state?
Private, 100% private, 5% government, and no government step-in rights in that airline, no government control, no membership of board, totally private, committed to private sector.
You won't be able to keep your hands off it.
No, who says?
I do, I've seen it before.
Well, but whatever we said we would do in this government from 2015, it has happened. That's why Tim Clark today, Emirates, Qatar, all of them, they are looking to go to Nigeria in multiple frequencies and multiple landing points, because Nigeria is the candidate, the best country to provide airline business, because the people travel
Would you get involved?
next to nothing.
Would you get involved if you could?
I think, well, let me just take the first question you asked the Minister. Is there a business case for a national carrier, private carrier, whatever it may be? Of course there is, because for the very reasons he said, it's a powerhouse of Africa. So there is an enormous compelling business case to do it. And quite honestly, and as the Minister says, we're all very interested in flying there because it's a very rich nation in terms of the demand for services and, of course, the price that people are prepared to pay. And the Nigerians are seeking to travel all over the world, so it's clear for me that that's the case. If the Nigerian government, the minister, needs some assistance in how they go about and perhaps a blueprint of it, we are very happy to help them. But I would say, not to be too disingenuous to ourselves, I think they've got the wherewithal. They've obviously, from what I've just heard, they are clearly understanding what needs to be done, and they're doing it. And I think probably in the next year, they'll have a very good carrier flying, and good luck to them. I hope they come to Dubai.
Thank you very much.
Because there's so much demand.
On this question with airports, I want to talk about the on-the-ground experience.
Well,
it's pretty awful in many cases.
Most of the airports in Africa and the 2/3 of the airports in the world are in the hands of the governments. And what is especially for Africa itself, not only for Nigeria, Africa has 15% of the global population and only 2% of the global air traffic. That's why the potential is huge, not only in Nigeria itself, but in the whole continent. That's why we need to find a way that we can break the restrictions that we have to fly inside of Africa and outside of Africa to bring more passengers the opportunity to fly there.
If we look at the aviation industry globally, do you think the slot restriction and the slot method, I saw Tim wince at the mention of slots, do you think it needs a wholesale revision?
Yes. The 80% rule in this pandemic didn't work for airlines, for airports. I think we need to revisit the process. That's why the regulatory framework that is applied today need to revisit at a certain point. What I saw is that there's a lot of integration and discussion between the airlines, the slots coordinations, and the airports to apply different approach according with the region, according to the specifics of the region that we are facing today.
Do you see, Tim, Europe still protectionist when it comes to aviation?
I think this could be a byproduct of what is happening in the European geopolitics at the moment. So we're just a little bit worried that that might happen. But as I said earlier, the pressure of globalization, the multiple sectors within it will push us through that. To the problem about slots, the slot issues are a product of non-availability. That's what it's all about. And so long as the airports, the governments, or whatever in the world do not invest in airports to create more capabilities, then the slot issue is going to become far more acute in the next 5 or 10 years. One looks at Heathrow, Third Runway, Sydney, Hong Kong, you name it, Sao Paulo, they've all got major issues. The problem is that if you are going to invest in these airports, it either requires government or state or private backing. A lot of the balance sheets of the airports are shot to pieces, so that's going to be a problem. So that's why we're keeping the 380 flying for as long as we can, because those slots are going to be highly attractive to others.
Not with fuel prices at the current levels.
You know, we've dealt with fuel prices at $140 back in May 2009. They're down a bit now. We're just going to have to manage through it. We will.
So how do you make ICAO relevant? I mean, at the moment, it's an organization, you know, I can think in 30 years of covering aviation, I've interviewed somebody from ICAO. I was going to say the fingers of one hand, but I would say the fingers on the fingers of one hand.
Well, you have an opportunity to start a new phase. Actually, with the change of leadership in ICAO, we have launched a modernization process. Modernization process, that means this is an organization that has 70 years. And that is good for the rules that are very solid, not good for the practices that have been, let's say, overlapped years after years. So we have launched a process of modernization. I would say that the experience done with the pandemic is an example on a different approach that we adopted, for example, in cooperation with the industry. Cooperation with the industry became closer, and the recommendation, we were not prepared for the pandemic. That's a matter of fact. Nobody was prepared, including ICAO. So, but the ability to react has been fast thanks to a different approach, in particular with the industry. You mentioned that recommendations have been not implemented by governments or not fully implemented by the government. This is very disappointing because we have seen that closing the borders more on emotional reactions than the actual evidence has been not effective.
So, as we come to the end, a couple of minutes left, curious, Minister, when you cease to be Minister, what's the one change you will have hoped to have effected? What's the one thing you want to have seen happen in Nigeria's aviation industry?
Well, I would like to see that Nigerian aviation industry continue to be private sector led and driven, and that there is more efficiency and safety in the sector. And doing that, we have added 50 million capacity to 4 airports recently. We're building more runways. We're treating the issues of ANS and all of those things that will make aviation smooth, efficient, safe, and the most preferred option of transportation. And if you look at continentally Africa, the only way that AU Agenda 2063 can be achieved really is by aviation, because rail and road takes a tremendous amount of quantum money to establish and to maintain over a continent of 54 countries in 30.4 square kilometers of land.
Director General, you're not going to answer this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Your favorite airport?
My favorite airport? I'll be in trouble if I do that.
Sorry?
I will be in trouble if I do that. We have a very good quality system that analyzes the airports for different sizes, and we have more than 100 airports that received awards last year. That's why it depends of the size, depends.
Okay, I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
The airport you dread going through.
One airport, I used to live in Netherlands many, many years, and I think it's because of the size of the airport. I love to connect, for example, in Amsterdam. It's a great airport to connect, but if I need to take my favorite airport was Geneva. I spent 15 years living there.
Oh,
That's why it was easy to connect. And the most beautiful airport in the world is Santos Dumont in Rio de Janeiro, Rio City Airport.
But you gave Abuja an award.
Abuja award.
An award,
well.
yes.
That's why it's one of
He gave Abuja an award. Yes, he gave Abuja an award. Because
was it a bad day for the other airports?
No. He has seen that we've improved the capacity of civil aviation in Nigeria, 8 million to 18 million passengers in 4 years. Aviation, we have debunked in Nigeria that aviation doubles every 15 years. It is now quadrupling in Nigeria under Buhari in 6 years.
Tim, are you going to have the last laugh with these A380s? Everybody thinks you are barking mad having these planes. 4 engines, lots of seats, high fuel prices, expensive airports.
Well, in answer to the question, in the time that we've had them and prior to the pandemic, they produced about 80% of our profits, irrespective of all the things you mentioned. We have a wonderful... Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure whether that was for your profits or for the plane.
Well, look, I mean, when we're making profits now, we're very cash positive. Things are going really well. We have all these airplanes flying. They are going to be more unique going forward. The consumer demand for these aeroplanes is astronomical. We're going to refurbish them, refresh them, put more innovation into them. They're going to be something really special over the next 10 or 15 years. Watch the space.
Watch this space, indeed. We're out of time. Short but to the point. The future of aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money
versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. It isn't necessarily the best.
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a huge turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world. Is it necessarily the best?
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job?
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
It would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Those who struggle to read or do basic math. They can't read a street sign, a pay stub, or a menu.
Global business investment took a U-turn in Q3 over a growing number of economic uncertainties.
By 2050, the world population is projected to reach 9.7 billion.
By 2050, the number of people over 65 will triple.
I don't think we're going to see a period of depression unless the virus takes a real turn for the worse.
It may not be as serious as a depression. There are various shocks hitting the economy at the same time right now.
Money versus medicine. Why is medical care so expensive?
We have the most expensive healthcare probably in the world, but is it necessarily the best?
Who's losing their jobs, who's able to keep their jobs, and who wants to change their job.
The companies that are offering education and upskilling are the ones that are winning today's war for talent.
It's obvious that we need new abilities and new capacities.
Why would anyone pay $69 million for a JPEG and a hyperlink?
Artificial intelligence is going to create jobs.
People and AI help each other.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
would be the fastest expansion of the global economy since the IMF started tracking growth in 1980.
A rate not seen since the 1970s.
In sector after sector, you see more concentration of economic power that raises prices and lowers standards of living.
This year is on pace to set a record for ice melt here in the Arctic.
This warming is enough to bring about the raft of effects we call climate change.
Our hosts for this essential summit understand that it's only through international cooperation that we can reverse the devastation caused by man-made climate change.
Trade routes, we need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put
I want to see you. I'm going to move the furniture so I can see you properly. That's better.
Okay.
Oh, to be able to give you a hug.
Yes.
And to, let's get the microphone close to you. There you go.
Last hug was just before COVID in February 2020. Finally, we can do it again thanks to the hospitality of the United Arab Emirates. Your Highness, thank you.
Excellent. You know, and I think I can safely say, Your Highness, this event feels different this year. It feels there's a seriousness and issues to be discussed, which there are. So let's get to it. Ukraine and Russia. Humanitarian crisis, economic disaster area in the making, food security catastrophe on the horizon. Where do you start?
Well, we actually start from the fact that the world economy is still recovering from the COVID-induced pandemic. So we start from a weaker point. We were hoping for the world to grow more and to suppress inflation. We got, Richard, the exact opposite. Growth down, inflation up. The war in Ukraine is devastating for Ukraine. It would shrink probably about 1/3. It is very bad for Russia. Russia is going to be in deep recession this year, but it also spills over to the rest of the world. It goes far, it goes fast.
All right, far and fast. What's the fund doing? You've made funds available to Ukraine. You're making funds available to spillover, I hate the phrase spillover countries, but you know what I mean, to Moldova and those countries. Have you got enough money?
We do have $750 billion lending capacity. Because of the wisdom of our membership, last year we issued special drawing rights, this is a reserve asset, of $650 billion. And now we are asking our well-to-do members to please lend through us on highly concessional terms some of your newly acquired reserves that you don't need for your economies, so we can boost our concessional lending capacity, cheap money for poor countries.
Right, but the problem with this lending, they need the money. But even on concessional terms, they're taking on debt. And eventually that's going to boomerang. Essentially, you don't want loans, you need grants. You need to write the thing off and say, here it is.
Yeah. So that was the beauty of the special drawing rights, because it is de facto a grant. Ukraine got $2.7 billion in special drawing rights. I have had meetings with leaders of poor countries, Somalia, countries that are today in very deep trouble. They're telling me, thank God for the special drawing rights. But Richard, they also say, Madame Kristalina, we do need long-term, low-cost money today. Why? Because with the inflation hitting everywhere, advanced economies, the US, the Federal Reserve, are increasing his interest rates. For poor countries, that means cost of what they currently have as debt goes up and suffocates them.
Well, we'll get to this in a second, if we may, because I've got a few points I want to ask you about that. Let's just stick with Russia and Ukraine for a second. Why haven't you suspended or kicked Russia out of the fund?
Well, we have no programs with Russia. Our Moscow office is not operational. So in that sense, we have a very, very, very difficult and different relations.
Can you suspend them? Do you have the authority? Can the board suspend them?
The board can only suspend them if the membership of the fund says we do not recognize anymore this particular government. And that is a very tall order decision, Richard, because we all know that for this war to end, there has to be dialogue. It is not going to happen without it. So we have articles of agreement. In our articles of agreement, countries have obligations to the fund that are only economic and financial obligations. That obligations are currently being followed.
Right.
And we want to stick to rules-based governance.
So talking about to the economic situation, for the longest time, the IMF said, post-pandemic, don't raise rates, don't tighten, don't do anything that might choke off the recovery. Well, guess what? Everybody waited so long, we've got inflation that really could have been dealt with sooner. And now you're saying, raise rates to get rid of inflation. Which is it?
Well, Richard, when we said don't raise rates, it was when we did not expect supply chains to be so fragile. Once we found out, and it was in October last year, that supply chain interruptions are going to be longer, we changed our advice. And our advice became, be careful how you tighten monetary conditions, but inflation is becoming a problem, it has to be addressed. And let me just tell you, this supply chain interruptions that happened last year, 2021, translate this year, 2022, in 1.5% boost of inflation. And then we have other factors. So, of course, our policies, Richard, are not set in stone. They reflect the evidence we have to formulate them.
Do you believe, to use the phrase, the inflation is now entrenched and is sticky? Do you now believe, because when we talk about the Fed having to raise rates 6 times to 2 whatever percent before the end of the year, this is dramatic.
It is dramatic, but fortunately for the world, it is happening in a country that has very strong foundation for growth. In other words, the US is going to withstand, in terms of where they end the year in growth, an increase of rates. I don't worry for the US, they would do fine. I worry for the countries that are with high level of debt and do not have the recovery success of the US.
Should those countries, I know this is a bit like let them eat cake, but should those countries have taken on that debt in the first place? We knew, Managing Director, that interest rates could not stay down at these levels. And they were borrowing, and China was lending, and the development banks were lending.
Well, with hindsight, we all would make different decisions. I started my position as Managing Director October 2019. Guess what we talked about? Low for longer. Interest rates are going to stay low. Why? Because productivity is low, growth is low, and therefore we are stuck. Well, then came the pandemic, And I still believe that we do have to give credit to all policymakers for what they have achieved in 2020, including policymakers in this room. Because in March 2020, I would wake up in the middle of the night worried that the global economy would implode. We predicted in the beginning of 2020 that it will shrink by 10%. That means depression. That did not happen. Why it didn't happen? It didn't happen because central banks, finance authorities acted immediately to put a floor under the economy, and that action also included some additional borrowing. And at that time, when you borrow more, you actually still pay less for your debt service because interest rates were going down. Now that changed. It changed because of the longevity of the pandemic and supply chain interruptions, and because of the war.
So how many countries do you estimate you're going to have to help as a result of increasing US rates? I assume you support the Fed in its policy.
We support the Fed in its policy. It goes back to your question, how long inflation is going to last. Effective central bank interventions would bring it down faster. The first group, the one that I am most worried about, are low-income countries in debt distress. This is 60% of low-income countries. It was only 30% in 2015. They need the fund. Then come emerging markets with high debt and very high dependency on food imports. Take, for example, Lebanon, Egypt. They certainly need the fund. They have already asked for our support. So to answer it in one word, when you say how many countries, answer, many.
Do you believe there will have to be debt write-offs? Whether through the Paris Club or the London Club, we're getting to a point where the debt burden is so large that it's just going to have to be written off.
For some countries, there will have to be very deep debt restructuring that includes that haircut, yes. For many countries, it would be a matter of debt reprofiling, just making it so that it is stretched over time, they can recover, they can pay it back. But the key issue here is, do we have sufficient capacity to do it? And unfortunately, the common framework for that resolution that the G20 embraced in 2020 has been still slow to deliver outcomes. 3 countries asked for it. We haven't yet finished even one. On good path for Chad, on reasonably good path for Zambia. But hey, if we have 60% and only 3 in this restructuring, we have a problem.
Why? I mean, I know how the UN works, and I know the IMF has... You can move very fast when you want to.
Yes, and we do.
Ukraine is a good example of this. So as you now look to the next 12 months, it's almost impossible to do this, isn't it? Because there's so many exogenous uncertainties.
Yes.
You just have got no idea. But what's your priority?
Number 1 priority, to clearly identify countries at highest risk and be ready for them. We have created, virtually on the first day when the war started, a crisis room at the fund to do exactly that. Be ahead of the curve and be able to act swiftly for countries that need us. But for the world community, for all of us in this room, my biggest hope is that the war ends. The sooner this war ends, the better for the people of Ukraine, for their neighbors, for the economy of our world.
And your home country?
Mm-hmm. Well, my home country is highly dependent on imports of primarily gas from Russia. Inflation has started climbing. It is now 7%. People are anxious, and they're actually more anxious about the risk of a war spilling than anything else. My granddaughter, 11, she calls me and asks me to explain to her why are children dying in Ukraine, why there is a war. So again, for many of us in Europe, a war is an unthinkable event, but it happened.
Are you the right person in the right job at the right time, specifically because you come from Central and Eastern Europe? You have a background, you remember communism.
Mm-hmm.
You grew up in that,
Yes.
in that era. Your family is still there. You're on the border of the countries that are protagonists. Are you the right person in the sense that you have an understanding?
Richard, I feel very uncomfortable to praise myself for anything, but the answer is yes. And let me tell you why. In the mid-90s, I lived through hyperinflation in Bulgaria. My mother's savings evaporated in 48 hours. And I had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to queue for milk for my daughter. I know the pain people are experiencing now in countries where food is becoming scarce and too expensive to buy. Secondly, I am the right person because I know how devastating a Cold War is, how much it reduces the world's productive potential, and how terrible it is for people living on this other side. So I am very committed to cooperation that may prevent, after the hot war, another Cold War, to split the world into two. And the third reason I'm the best person for the job in this time is because I was a humanitarian commissioner. I worked for 5 years on the front line of humanitarian crisis, and I know that acting is important. Acting swiftly makes a difference. So the fund acted swiftly when the pandemic hit, and I promise you, we are there for our members who need us now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Managing Director.
نشكر معالي كريستالينا جورجيفا على هذه الجلسة.
Thank you. You're excellent.
Trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity.
What I'm going to do for the panel is, as I pose questions to each of the members, I would then ask them to introduce themselves as well. So I think for us to get into it, it's, CBDCs have become, and stablecoins have become quite a hot topic with monetary authorities and financial institutions across the world. We saw the first synthetic CBDC come out of Barbados, the first official CBDC launch out of Bahamas, and since that period, it hasn't stopped. We've seen the likes of Tether in the very early days. We've seen some new stable coins like USDC and Circle, Paxos, and a few other key areas where central bank digital currencies and stable coins have given rise. So I think my first question, and I'm gonna target this to William, is can CBDCs and stable coins coexist?
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. Can CBDCs and stablecoins coexist? I think not only...
Sorry, William, can you introduce yourself for the audience?
Sure. So I'm William Quigley. I co-founded Tether, which was the first stablecoin and remains the largest stablecoin with about $30 trillion annually traded. It's actually the most traded crypto on Earth. 50% of all Bitcoin trading pairs are paired with Tether. So it's actually been quite successful. But to your question, can CBDCs and stablecoins coexist? I would say not only can they coexist, but they will exist, whether or not any of the G20 want to or not. Because while you do have things like Tether, and Tether, of course, is backed by $1 or dollar equivalent for every token, you also have algorithmic stablecoins, which are all on-chain, backed either by a piece of collateral, like a crypto, or some algorithm that manages supply and demand. So they will coexist, and I suspect for different purposes, you'll have different people using them. Big banks, big financial institutions, of course, are going to promote the CBDC. And I suspect a lot of people who are not either unbanked or are not in the United States or maybe Western Europe, they will probably prefer to use either algorithmics or traditional stablecoins that are backed one-to-one with some sort of dollar or dollar equivalent.
Thank you for that. Now, what I find interesting is that we're obviously seeing a lot of characters in the market trying to say that central bank digital currencies are coming to eliminate things like stable coins and cryptocurrencies. But the reality of it is, as you rightfully mentioned, the two can very well coexist. They are already coexisting and they will continue to coexist. But Richmond, Do you see any differences in use cases between stablecoins and CBDCs? And can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks for that, Gabe. My name is Richmond Teo. I'm the co-founder of a company called Paxos. We're regulated in the United States federally by the OCC, by the New York Department of Financial Services, as well as by the Singapore Monetary Authority. And we have a couple of business lines. One of them is stablecoin issuance. And we have about 20 over billion in stablecoins issued outstanding to date. I think first off, when we think about the differences between stablecoins, there are quite a few stablecoins out there. Many of them have different purposes, and many of them are also backed by different assets. Several stablecoins in the space have produced reports establishing what they are backed by. The unique thing about Paxos issued stablecoins is that the product itself is also specifically regulated by the NYDFS, which means they determine what the reserves can be, and they ensure that we are keeping to that those regulations. So at Paxos, our stablecoins are entirely in cash or U.S. government treasuries. We are not allowed to take any credit risk from any institution. So when we think about the difference between us and a direct government-issued stablecoin, in terms of credibility and backing, it's essentially the same because these are the standardized rules, and we are holding no credit risk from any bank or corporation. We are only holding U.S. government risk, which would essentially be similar to CBDC. And we're seeing a lot of institutions now come to us to issue their own stable coins. One example is Binance's BUSD, where BUSD helps build a community. There are various marketing purposes, and there are advantages to using BUSD within the Binance ecosystem. And that's advantageous and provides several ways that companies can basically develop that market.
That's interesting, because what I'm hearing is that the key difference between a stablecoin and a CBDC is who's issuing it. And in one case, you have a monetary authority or a central bank, and that's in the case of a CBDC. But in the other case, you have a financial institution that falls under the regulatory regime of a financial regulator, which leads to the next question. Bjorn, after introducing yourself, what are some of the key things that you think regulators, whether they be a central bank or a monetary authority, should take on or should begin looking at before they regulate, accept, and allow these types of technologies to exist within their environment?
That's a tough one. So I'm Bjorn Andersen. I'm with you from Banking Circle. Nice to be here. We are a fully licensed bank in Luxembourg. We got our license in 2019. So I represent kind of the old world and the fiat side. We are a B2B bank servicing the big PSPs players. We process around 10 million cross-border payments a month, and we move around 250 billion euro a year. So it's quite massive for our large clients like Stripe, Payoneer, and so forth. And we, of course, have here, I'm also on the board of a layer 1 blockchain called Concordium. So I'm an early believer, early adopter of that space. And to your question, I think that the regulators are with the CBDCs, they're trying to kind of catch up. They're trying to maybe, if you have a negative view, they're trying to replace what we have today with the central bank and the banks with just e-money, right? And we know e-money, that has been around for years. And for domestic payments, I don't really see a very big use case for CBDCs, except that it could be a very good tool for mass adoption to crypto. I think CBDCs could be that. But on the regulatory side, I think regulators, they should and they will become to love blockchains. And some of them already do, right? Because with chain analysis, with the tools are out there, you can detect, you can trace stuff that you haven't been able to in the fiat world. So I think that's a massive movement already. But it quickly devolves into a discussion around private, public ledgers, centrally governed, centrally controlled, versus the whole idea of a consensus-driven community, which I like.
I think you said one of the most interesting things here, and I could attest to this from experience. Bit.com, which we started around the same time as Tether. So you had a company trying to chase central banks to issue their national currency, and then you had a private organization like Tether that was going the stablecoin route. And obviously you look back today, and you can see that the stablecoin route is obviously the more innovative, the faster approach, while we can look back and see that monetary authorities and central banks are playing catch up. But this leads to an interesting part of the discussion, and this goes around AML, CTF, knowing your customer. And Jonathan, I think this is the perfect question for you. So why don't you introduce yourself, and then tell us and tell the audience, should compliance measures such as AML, CTF, and KYC be utilized in this new world of stablecoins and central bank digital currencies?
Thanks, Gabe. So I'm Jonathan. I'm one of the co-founders of a company called Chainalysis. We provide investigation and anti-money laundering software for cryptocurrencies across the world, including here in Dubai. And so what we have seen over the years in crypto is that you can actually have this type of unprecedented transparency that was being spoken about, that actually you're able to monitor for the types of AML and CFT risks in a open and permissionless environment. And whether that is in Bitcoin or Ethereum, or whether those are stable coins that are based on those blockchains, we are able to follow the money in those scenarios and actually detect different structuring and really all of the different ways in which people can abuse cryptocurrencies, including stablecoins. I think when we're thinking about then the design of stablecoins versus the design of CBDCs, there's going to be an interesting trade-off there between sort of how open can a CBDC be to cater to financial inclusion while balancing sort of the problems around AML and CFT. And actually, I think we're seeing models out there of stablecoins where that trade-off is being balanced correctly. And actually, there are instances where we've seen successful cases investigated in stablecoins, and so that actually will coexist next to what will likely be a much more restrictive regime under a CBDC.
So in summary, Jonathan, what you're trying to say is don't do nefarious or illicit activity on stablecoins and central bank digital currencies, because organizations like Chainalysis can make sense of them, can find the source and the destination, and provide the right type of information to the authorities to make do what they will. But I do have a question which I'll leave open for any of you to answer, which is, how do you actually accomplish decentralization when you're dealing with the digitization of fiat currency? And feel free to jump at it.
Well, you don't, right? It's decentralization is a journey. It's a place you want to get to, but you'll never really get there, right? But you can't obviously decentralize something which requires an off-blockchain element that's controlled by other people and is even regulated by governments. Having said that, algorithmic stablecoins can be fully decentralized. And fully decentralized with a caveat, nothing is really fully decentralized because it's on a blockchain there's no blockchain that'll ever be fully decentralized. So you'll always have some vulnerability, but as far as what the average person cares about, so think of somebody that's unbanked, right, which is billions of people, and they don't want to put their money into the bank of the government of the country they're in because they're worried about it being seized, or they're worried about the currency being destabilized. So it's stable coins are this unbelievable gift from God. They allow anybody to hold native currency without ever having a bank and without ever having to convert that currency into another currency. And in an $80 trillion global economy, about $1 trillion every year is captured by mostly government-based entities that convert one currency to another. So a massive tax on cross-border commerce. So, but if you never needed to convert that currency, you could always keep it in its native form, which is where I hope this goes. You know, all of us will be able to hold yen and euros and dollars and RMB. That is an impossibility today, because in order to do that, you would need to have bank accounts in those countries in that currency, which most people would not. And so, I see this as maybe the most exciting area of the monetary system.
So, and I'm going to direct this to you, Bjorn. Based on what William just said, which in essence is these new asset classes enable the masses to do things which previously they could not do. A blessing from God is how you put it. Do we need the two-tier banking system when we are issuing stablecoins and CBDCs? Or are we going to expect to see a one-tier system come to life in light of these logic-driven asset classes?
In theory, the answer is yes, we could expect that. That's the whole idea, I guess, of decentralization, that to cut out the intermediaries and essentially in the end to live without banks. But I think one have to be very naive to think that a government will give up their sovereign right to control the monetary policy. It's not going to happen. And the issue with, to be the party killer a bit, the issue with private stablecoins like Tether, you don't have to ask a lot of people in the community. You get a lot sorts of input. How stable is the stablecoin, right? It's, you know, is it audited? Where is the backing? That's why someone put out USDC and a lot of other stuff, right? So I guess it still comes down to, do you trust it, right? And the mass adoption, as I see crypto, will need to require more regulation. Regulation is an inevitable thing that will happen, and which will be good, I think, most of it. But I agree with you, William. They will and they can and they should coexist. But you're just up against some very, very fundamental issues about sovereign state controlling their own policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the end, the question is about usability and about utility to the end consumer, right? So, yeah, there's definitely the threat of a government of saying that this shouldn't happen, but there's also, you know, and in the coexistence world, the question becomes, you know, how much utility can someone get from a truly independent, you know, stablecoin, and maybe that'll be a basket of currencies or a basket of assets in sort of the metaverse or some sort of other economy. And I think that, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, what this entire movement is there's two things really happening in the crypto economy. On the one hand, you have sort of true financialization of digital assets. You have, you know, more complex financial instruments being built. You have, you know, stable coins, and you can loan cryptocurrencies. You can earn interest on cryptocurrencies. There are derivatives platforms. You're seeing sort of the real creation of, you know, a very sophisticated financial market that sits on top of cryptocurrencies. And on the other hand, you've got sort of the technology being used for actually changing industries and changing commerce, from anything from gaming to you know, music to art and all of these places. And so I think the sort of debate on where stablecoins fit within that, you know, actually may be dependent on some of these types of use cases and where sort of the majority of adoption really starts to take hold.
Yeah, I would add that I think, you know, we can also think about stable coins on a spectrum. where one hand, as you mentioned, decentralization is extremely important, freedom is extremely important. On the other hand, trust and credibility is important. That's where CBDCs come in. But as Bjorn mentioned, as we move forward as an industry, mass adoption is pretty important. And in order to achieve mass adoption, probably some stable coins need to exist somewhere in between those two spectrums, so that that governments and credibility is in there, where regulated institutions are comfortable pushing that product out to their users and enjoy the advantages of that technology. So I think mass adoption is probably somewhere in between that spectrum, and we'll start seeing that very soon.
So we're facing a crossroads at this moment. Some of us come from the world of permissionless ledger technologies. Some are of the preference of permission ledger technologies. And we're starting to see central banks and organizations like yourselves move towards the issuance of these digital assets. And one of the key things that this industry, i.e. blockchain, has touted was a permissionless environment. The inability to control, thwart, or edit what happens on the network, per se. What are your thoughts with regards to the fact that every single central bank that has endeavored to issue or who is actively issuing a central bank digital currency are using a permissioned environment? And against that backdrop of that thought, is this wise or unwise? Anyone, please.
Yeah. A central bank will never, ever, ever use an open, permissionless, public blockchain. It's just never going to happen. It would be insanity.
Why?
Because it's all about control. If you're using a blockchain, imagine you're using. You issue it and you make a real big mistake, and you issue it on Bitcoin, right? There are sanctions going on now, right? So how do you get around the fact that some fraction, 2-3% of the nodes that enable the distribution and the decentralization of Bitcoin are in the Russian Federation, right? So because you don't control that blockchain. So you can't imagine the Chinese wanting it. And I'll just say this, this is why the private stablecoins must exist, because I can't imagine the central bank digital currencies not allowing chargebacks. The concept where they can reverse a transaction. The monetary system is built around being able to reverse, right? So without that ability, I don't think a lot of businesses would be comfortable using it. And yet, it is the fact that you can't reverse it, you can't reverse Tether, that makes it desirable for people maybe like me who do a lot of cross-border commerce. And formerly, before I had it, I redlined 40% of the world because I couldn't trust whether or not those were stolen credit cards.
But we do already have such a system. It's called cash, the M0 of the money supply chain.
Cash, what do you mean? Cash, there's no way for me to instantly transfer cash. If you mean the physical kind that goes into a wallet.
physical coinage and notes, and now we're seeing an advent.
You need it at a minimum, it needs to be digitized, right? So that, you don't literally mean cash, right? You mean, right?
I literally mean cash. It functions in society right now as a means of settlement.
But that doesn't work for cross-border commerce.
It doesn't. So when given the opportunity to create a digital counterpart representing M0 and M1, why would the opportunity not be taken to do it on a permissionless ledger?
As I said, it won't happen because if you read any of the white papers from any of these countries, what they need, it not just implies, it necessitates a private chain. Just the way they need to control it. They want to control. Imagine you're talking to China. I mean, really, they're going to allow like nodes around the world to keep copies of their ledger and manage it? I don't think it's practical.
Yeah, I think it's a question of timeline, right? So if you think about it, we're super early in the crypto space. I think to say that governments will never issue any asset on an open and permissionless ledger is not going to be true, particularly with international competition. So there will be places in the world that do try and do it. And I think the reason for that is that you're already seeing this in different forms in privately issued stablecoins, because privately issued stablecoins like the Paxos dollar has a lot of controls around it, has terms and conditions, and has a layer of permission that sits on top of the actual protocol. Like for the actors that are engaging in activity, there are rules of the road, and there are ways actually to enforce AML and CFT concerns. And so that and just seeing that regulators getting comfortable with stuff like that mean that ultimately we could see actual countries issue currencies on these more open systems, particularly in the face of international competition between jurisdictions, and particularly within if we see sort of large competition from privately issued stablecoins as well. That being said, there will still be an amount of control and guardrails put in place, but I'm not going to rule out the possibility that it could take place on layer 1.
Yeah, I think I'd like to add to that by saying that, as we went through regulatory processes to figure out what's the best way to regulate our stablecoins with our primary regulator for stablecoins, there were a lot of practical concerns as well. Because unlike pure crypto assets, stablecoins are tokenized dollars that exist somewhere in the world. So there could be a series of things not meant for control that could occur that would leave dollars unowned. And there has to be a way to control that. For example, if someone were to be hacked, someone loses something, or there were certain transactions that were nefarious, or that we can't leave just assets in the bank unowned by anyone in the world. There has to be a process for taking care of that. So I think there are a lot of practical concerns as well with full permissionless stable coins, because they aren't pure crypto. They represent an asset that exists somewhere in the world.
So I'm going to take this to a bit of an last intense question. George Orwell, 1984. An Orwellian future. We all talked about control here. Central bank digital currencies and stablecoins provide quite an intense and impactful way of controlling, monitoring, subjecting financial activity. Down from Mama Sue being able to buy a bottle of milk, all the way towards William paying one tax versus Bjorn paying another tax for buying the exact same item because maybe you are from a different country. In a future where we're facing an ever-increasing amount of logic being able to be applied to financial sovereignty, what does that future look like? And are we heading to 1984 with these technologies? Floor is open.
Yeah, if I should be in it, I guess it depends on your worldview, right? I mean, I think the states that take that approach, that control it that hard, they are just hurting themselves in the long run and their people. And this will not be the outcome. But in the hands of a totalitarian state, the CBDC is a very powerful tool. Cut out all the middle layers, get rid of everything, and just control everything by following it. I don't believe that's going to happen. This is here to stay. The regulators will, if not already, they love blockchain. That's my prediction, because with the tools we have, we can use it. They will coexist. CBDCs will come. They will try to catch up. The use cases, I'm a little bit doubtful for some of them, actually, because we have domestic payments. It works instantly. Cross-border, not yet, but we'll get there. I very much believe in the democratization blockchain can achieve, and the digitalization, owning your own assets, owning your own data. I mean, my prediction is going to happen like with Facebook. You were on Facebook in the beginning, then your kids were there. And then they moved on, right? So then they moved to Instagram, TikTok, and then so this is an evolution that's just beginning.
I actually really struggle to understand what a CBDC does that traditional digitized currency doesn't do. I actually don't think most of the central banks understand the difference between digitization and tokenization. I think they haven't wrestled with that. And for most people who favor tokenization, it's because they want to move off the dependency and become more resilient to banking concerns, banking issues globally. So I suspect it might be useful for settlements between countries, maybe large corporations. I don't think it's particularly useful. The CBDCs are particularly useful for most people today. And I think looking at the Russian Federation over the next year will be very instructive for us in crypto, because of course they're going to, I would assume now, try to issue some sort of CBDC to bypass sanctions. If there was a country that was going to do it, maybe on a public blockchain, maybe they could try to do it there, because they have really not much to lose given what's happened to the ruble. But still more than likely they'll do it on their own chain. And we'll see from that, I think, the central banks around the world really start to understand, oh yeah, when a CBDC is created and the group that creates it is not cooperating with primarily the G20, what does that mean to financial controls?
Yeah, I think that to take a slightly different perspective, if you think about controls potentially in the future, what shapes the minds of people, would be advanced versions of social media today, metaverses, different worlds that people independently create, worlds that exist purely on crypto. And if you look at a key use of stablecoins today, it bridges physical worlds, tokenized assets in the physical world, to future worlds, future metaverses, and crypto digital only worlds. And I think that bridge will always be needed, and controlling that is less important than thinking about what else that enables, which is building a purely digital future, and that link between where we live in the physical world will always be very important.
Yeah, I just think a couple of quick points. One is we've proven in the sort of crypto world that you can tackle financial crime and you can really make an impact on disrupting sort of very sophisticated criminal actors and cybercrime, and through the work of these people using technology, you can actually perform the right sorts of oversight over this market. And so they also comply with a lot of data privacy regulation. They protect their consumers' identities. They ensure that people have the ability to transact freely in those markets. But at the same time, there's a balance on what sort of visibility we can create in crypto. And I think if you look at the history, there's a very good balance there between sort of financial privacy and actually the ability to tackle crime. And I think that continues to play forward into the world of stablecoins and into the world of CBDCs.
All right, gentlemen, we're out of time. I encourage everyone in the audience to, sorry, what was that? I encourage everyone in the audience to take the opportunity, time's up. To take the opportunity to interact with these gentlemen. You have some of the most influential people in the world as it relates to stablecoins and CBDCs or the tracking thereof. So I encourage the audience to interact with them and figure out more thereafter. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations.
Calvin, co-founder, chief executive of Digital Asset Capital Management, and joining us digitally, we also have Sam Bankman-Fried, CEO of FTX. Sam, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you as well. Okay. What we'll do by way of introduction, I think, is go to each of our panelists. Just tell us very briefly a little bit about yourself, what brings you here, your personal involvement in DeFi, and in its simplest form, what DeFi means to you. Sam, please kick us off.
Yeah, I'm Sam Bankman-Fried. I'm the co-founder and CEO of FTX, a global cryptocurrency exchange. And we're really excited to be building one of our homes here in Dubai. I think for me, DeFi can mean a lot of different things, but at its core, it's what happens when you use a blockchain not just to transfer assets around from one place to another, but when you actually build programs, smart contracts, applications directly into a blockchain. Whether it's an exchange that you're building, a bar lending protocol, or something much more complicated than either of those.
Thank you, Sam. Charles, I'll come to you next.
Hi, I'm Charles Hoskinson, Chief Executive Officer of Input Output. We were in the neighborhood here in Dubai, so we figured why not. DeFi, to me, is kind of a marriage of traditional finance with new concepts like smart contracts, blockchain technology, decentralized identity, and asking how those concepts can be applied to global markets instead of siloed regional markets.
Thank you. Rich?
Hi, it's good to be here. I'm the co-founder and CEO of DACM. We're a global institutional family office manager of capital through the crypto space. We specialise in coins and tokens, and I came to this space after 20 years as a technology and media banker at Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. To me, DeFi is really the intersection of technology or new technology with a very old and slowing pace of innovation in the traditional finance world. So it's a way, particularly for younger generations, to reimagine how finance could work, and using technology to bring it more into a domain that they understand, and to offer them services and utility at the speeds, at the innovation, and at the levels of engagement that they're more used to dealing with in all other aspects of their life.
And finally, Pierre, and small bit of housekeeping, I should have mentioned at the top. Pierre will largely be answering in French, so do pop your headsets on and
translation in Arabic is on the channel 1 and English in 2. Pierre, fire away.
Bonjour, merci à vous pour l'invitation. Pierre Persson, je suis donc député de l'Assemblée nationale en France. Je travaille depuis 2017 sur les questions donc des cryptoactifs et la France a été l'un des premiers pays à établir une législation, une régulation sur le sujet de la finance des cryptoactifs. Pour moi, la DeFi, c'est tout simplement une technologie qui va révolutionner le monde. La blockchain permet, et ce que jamais l'être humain n'a permis de faire, de détenir en compte propre ses propres actifs. Et la DeFi est aujourd'hui une nouvelle ère dans la finance qui structurera l'économie de demain, et c'est pour ça que le politique doit l'embrasser telle qu'elle et doit permettre finalement de la réguler comme elle doit l'être.
Thank you, Pierre. So to kick off the discussion, I think we'll start with regulation and hopefully build out from there. Sam, I'm going to come to you first. In terms of where we are going with regulation, often there's a lot of the SEC, for example, is a very good example of a regulatory body that's maybe seeing how it might be able to regulate what is largely a space that is going to be very new to them, moving very quickly and so on. So if you could tell me, how would you say, in your words, could regulators keep up with DeFi?
It's a good question. And, I think that regulators are, as of now, trying to grapple with how to regulate centralized cryptocurrencies and centralized cryptocurrency applications. So I think that we're a little ways away from DeFi hitting the forefront. And I do think that it's going to be a challenge to figure out exactly how to handle it, because it is fairly different from how regulators have traditionally viewed spaces, given the lack of any centralized party that is sort of mediating much of the activity. And so in some cases, it's not even clear who is getting regulated. That being said, if I had to take some guesses at where it would be going, I think the first things you're going to see, first of all, are regulation around centralized UIs that people use to access DeFi, right? So even if a protocol is decentralized, if someone's hosting a website that has technology that makes it easy to access and sort of generates orders or other things to submit to that protocol, those UIs are going to see regulatory scrutiny. And then I think that the second thing that we're going to see a lot of early scrutiny on is going to be basically the various sort of nexuses where people can convert between cryptocurrencies and fiat currencies. And I think we're already seeing a lot of scrutiny on that. On the exchange angle, I think we're going to continue to see that on the DeFi angle as well over time. So those would be my guesses about where sort of regulation is going to be coming first, and I think it's going to trickle through to other places over time as sort of regulatory frameworks are worked out. But there's a lot of really open questions about how regulators will handle a space without any party that is actually enacting a transaction.
Thank you, Sam. And then to go from that point, Charles, I'll go to yourself for the next question. Where do regulators go then if there's no centralized entity? How do they know who they're directing their inquiries to? Whose door are they going to go and knock on?
Well, it's an interesting question, but it presupposes that there's truly something as a completely decentralized entity. And right now in the industry, we have very poor ways of measuring decentralization in general. So when you look at canonical DeFi applications, whether it be a DEX or an Oracle or a stablecoin, in many cases there's some form of foundation or custodial organization, and these in many ways have special privileges, access, or control over the protocols, either to lower operating cost or resolve something that they can't solve with the initial protocol design. Now, the hypothesis is, however, that that's a temporary state of affairs. So over a period of time, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, eventually you can eschew or completely remove these actors, and as a result, now it's completely decentralized. At that point, regulation gets pushed from the notion of a central actor to regulation at the transaction level and at the edges. And to Sam's point, it's much more functional in that sense. It's where are you getting liquidity from? How are you transforming this? At what point do you interface with those assets or activities with regulated actors? And that's where you generally would apply the KYC or AML. The other thing is algorithmic regulation is becoming a very vogue topic. So in many transactions, you can carry on the wire a DID or metadata or some artifact that can allow compliance. And then you can put hooks in smart contracts and other such structures to basically have contingent settlement, meaning the settlement is compliance, and you get proofs for that. So there's a big market for this, and that we're kind of in the gangly, terrible teens of the space. We're about 13 years in, and we're starting to ask real questions that go beyond aspiration to practical considerations of how do you attach things like identity, regulation, compliance, reversals, freezing, these types of things to commerce, because we need those things in order for this to function in a global market. And the good news is not only is it being done, there's more options to do this at a lower cost and a more global basis in the new system than there ever was in the legacy system, which has lots of holes in it.
Thanks, Charles. So, yes, and building on that, a point that I think was made earlier in a previous session is maybe divorcing ourselves from the idea that something being regulated is original and natural state. By default, everything is unregulated, and regulation catches up in some ways. It's always going to be, it's generally maybe going to be more reactive than proactive. So on that point, Pierre, I'm going to come to you next. What are the risks of allowing DeFi to grow in an unregulated space?
Oui, c'est une très juste question. La première chose à laquelle doit répondre le régulateur, c'est de trouver en fait un équilibre entre trop de régulation et pas assez de régulation. Et on voit bien parfois les tendances à travers le monde entre les espaces géographiques et politiques qui se dessinent, parfois avec des États qui vont vers trop de régulation, parfois même une interdiction, et d'autres qui préfèrent ne pas réguler. Le législateur, le régulateur sera toujours en retard par rapport à l'entrepreneur, c'est normal. La régulation, ça met du temps, ça demande de voir émerger la technologie pour en déterminer les usages. Et d'ailleurs, c'est toujours un message que j'essaye de passer au régulateur. Le régulateur ne doit pas réguler la technologie, il doit réguler les usages futurs. Et force est de constater que sur la DeFi, nous ne connaissons pas encore les usages de demain. On voit bien apparaître les nouvelles banques autonomes, on voit bien apparaître les protocoles bancaires qui sont automatisés, mais on n'a pas encore tout le processus en tête. Et donc il faut trouver un juste milieu entre trop de régulations qui vont simplement protéger en fait les acteurs existants, les insiders du secteur, et pas assez de régulations qui peut protéger. Et les deux risques que je vois à ce sujet, sur la réglementation et sur une DeFi qui ne serait pas réglementée, un premier risque systémique entre une finance décentralisée qui se structurerait à côté en fait, de la finance centralisée et qui ne protégerait pas en fait, les épargnants parce que quelqu'un qui intégrerait par exemple un DEX n'aurait pas pleine connaissance en fait, du contrat parce qu'il ne saura pas lire ce qu'il y a véritablement dans le smart contract. Et donc il ne sera pas protégé. Et aujourd'hui, les régulateurs ne sont pas à la hauteur, au niveau de formation nécessaire pour pouvoir auditer ces smart contracts et finalement basculer dans cette nouvelle ère de la finance décentralisée. Et le deuxième point est un point plus systémique, de dire si les deux systèmes, qui est le système traditionnel et le système décentralisé, n'arrivent pas à cohabiter, eh bien il y a un risque de transfert des liquidités vers la DeFi qui pourrait créer un achoppement d'un point de vue systémique entre ces deux finances aujourd'hui qui ont toutes les deux à profiter l'une de l'autre.
Thank you, Pierre. And then, Richard, coming to yourself. As with anything, DeFi, there's a lot of other things around crypto, catches fire in a very real sense. a lot of interest, a lot of maybe hype, for want of a better way of putting it. Big question is, where do we go from there? How can we effectively scale DeFi?
Yeah, I think we look at it as a similar cycle to a lot of other disruptive technology, that you have the pioneers, people like Charles, that create the technology at the early days and are surrounded by technologists, and slowly the group of users and people involved in the ecosystem continues to expand. And I think when we look at DeFi now, we still see there's what we would call a native element to the key users of the DeFi ecosystem. There's still a certain technical knowledge that you need to navigate the space well and to really get the utility that it offers. And I think for it to scale from a technology that's serving a few million people to using a billion people, you really need that sort of uplift in accessibility. And to get that uplift in accessibility, there's some simple things like easier, better user interfaces, easier ways for people that care less about the technology they're using, and they're using it not so much because they want to use something that's a blockchain or settled by a blockchain, but they're using something that provides better utility than the existing version of what they're using today. And I think that's where the space needs to get to really scale to those users. And a lot of that is just getting more comfortable with building user interfaces, getting more engineers that are experienced at building sharper front ends that have less clicks, and get the technology to advance that those people that don't want to watch a YouTube video, just want a service, can approach the space and just use it as simply as they use the existing financial system today.
Thanks, Richard. And then finally, I'll put this to all four of you, and we're running a bit short of time, so answers as brief as possible, please. Sam, I'll put this to you first. Is DeFi the biggest regulatory risk in the blockchain and crypto industry?
Regulatory risk, and it's a place that needs more regulation than it has, and for which I think it's not clear exactly what form that will take. And so I don't want to sort of like undersell the extent to which I do think that's going to be a focal point eventually for it. But I also think that it's a place, at least for now, where the regulatory sort of implications are somewhat less immediate and going to be less impactful, at least in the short term, I think, than in a few other places. So I would guess that we're going to see more focus and controversy short term over markets regulation, digital asset issuance, and stable coins than we will over DeFi, with DeFi coming, over the next, say, 5 to 10 years. And I think probably a slightly more nuanced environment regulatorily by the time it becomes the biggest concern.
Thank you, Sam. Charles, same question.
I think it's actually one of the greatest regulatory opportunities of the 21st century. If you look at the legacy system, it doesn't work well. It's fragmented. There's a lot of gaming, like if you look at the Panama Papers, these things. It doesn't scale well, so there's only certain things you can do at certain levels, and SMEs get screwed. Here you're talking about one global marketplace where everything is open source, it's programmable, and ultimately everybody learns from each other. So the things that are done here in Dubai, for example, can inform and teach the Securities Exchange Commission. The things that are done in Luxembourg or in Switzerland can inform and teach the entire European Union, and people can adopt each other's work. And even entrepreneurs are participants in that. So while it's scary and it's new and there are new challenges that are introduced, it's an opportunity to correct problems that have occurred over the last century and a half of modern financial regulation and ultimately make them more fair for everyone.
Thank you. I'm being told we are running out of time very quickly. Same question. I want to give Pierre and Richard both a chance to speak, so answers very brief chaps, please. Pierre, yourself first.
Okay, go. Le principal enjeu, c'est de ne pas traduire en fait la réglementation aujourd'hui qui pèse sur les acteurs centralisés, sur les acteurs décentralisés. Ce que l'on voit bien, c'est que la facilité du régulateur, c'est de traduire la même réglementation alors qu'il y a un changement total de paradigme de cette technologie. Et donc, la vraie difficulté pour le régulateur, c'est d'inventer un nouveau mode de réglementation, de régulation, qui doit plutôt se baser sur la sécurité des protocoles et non pas sur le contrôle en fait des individus a posteriori.
Thanks, Pierre, and Richard, final word to you.
Yeah, I think Charles's point's the most valid. I think that whilst it is probably the biggest regulatory challenge, it's by far the biggest reward that the technology can offer as well. We've always seen decentralised finance as that sort of key first use case that can really prove this technology's ability to reimagine and disrupt whole sectors. And the financial sector's, you know, the third, fourth or second biggest sector of almost every economy. So whilst I see it as a challenge, it's also the biggest opportunity, which means that regulators need to be very careful that they're helping a potential new industry that can reshape financial systems to grow and prosper at the same time.
Well, thanks all. So Richard Galvin, Charles Hoskinson, Pierre Persson and Sam Bankman-Fried joining us virtually. Gentlemen, thank you to all of you and thank you all for joining us.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases. It provides the potential for growth. It gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases. It provides the potential for growth. It gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as energy leaders have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us solutions to challenges across the globe. Those solutions need to be tackled by everyone.
The diversity is very crucial. We don't want to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't want to say that we want to be industrial nations. No, we want to make sure that we're very diverse in our relations and in the way that we're running our sectors within the GDP.
We need to create more trade routes. We need to create more opportunities and find opportunities to create more jobs for the economy, into circularity, into green growth, and this is something we need to capitalize on.
When at least I think about gender equality, I like to think about the equality that recognizes the differences. And that is one of the major values of the woman participating in every single step and in every single area and topic of development.
I can't imagine a better time for us to gather and put our best minds together so that we can better navigate this period of uncertainty. We must avoid letting this crisis force us to choose between energy security and climate action. Our call to action this year at this forum is that we must stand together to avoid that false choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, We, as energy leaders, have a responsibility to inject a dose of realism into the planning for the energy transition. Let's create a clear roadmap that is based on real and solid foundations. Let's adopt policies that strengthen the stability of energy markets. Let's continue to invest in new and future energies, but let's not defund the current energy system. We cannot defund the current energy system before the new one can take its place.
Scientific discovery and technological advancement today is deeply rooted in every facet of our existence as humanity. It gives us the cures to diseases, it provides the potential for growth, it gives us
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and pleasure to welcome you here today to this important government summit that is our partner to DP World. The government summit has helped us to really improve our relation with many governments. DP World today has over 93 terminals. All our agreements and concessions are in partnership with government. So this platform is very important for us to meet government officials and improve our relation. We are committed to improve our relation with governments around the world to improve the infrastructure for transportation. Both government and business have and will continue to play a critical role in accelerating global economic recovery, one of the key themes of this summit. For this reason, I want to start by looking at the importance of trade globally, securing sustainable and equitable economic recovery. We need to collaborate together. The pandemic was a good lesson for us. It showed us how fragile the supply chain is. We need to rebuild it from the lesson we learned to make it more resilient and sustainable. In doing so, we can ensure economic benefit for our recovery. That should be distributed fairly throughout the world. This can only be achieved by working together, all the stakeholders in the supply chain. It's taking a lot of effort to identify and develop the solution for this problem. And during the pandemic, the biggest problem for the world was how to develop medicines and vaccines for vaccinating the world. Now, it's been more than 2 years. We're still striving to distribute it. And unless everyone is vaccinated, this will not go away. But as we put the pandemic behind us and focus in reviving the economy, there is a way to achieve these two goals in tandem. One need not to be lifted in favor of the other. Businesses, each with their specialism and areas of expertise, have a vital role to play. As the world leading end-to-end logistic company provider, DP World, we have a key role to play in ensuring our recovery and ongoing vaccine drive is supported by resilient supply chain. To this end, we have partnered with UNICEF to distribute critical medical supplies through COVAX scheme over the last 15 months. Our global logistic network enabled UNICEF, whose executive director, Kathleen Russell, is here today with us, to reach countries and people that need it most. Together, we have the power to bring the positive change to the world. And the World Government Summit provides a vital platform for this. We have opportunities in this platform to discuss tools, policies, and models that will shape our future. Trade is a force for good. It helps countries to diversify their economies, create jobs, and enrich communities. But we have so much more to do to unlock the potential. Neither COVID pandemic or even the obstruction of Suez Canal can be treated as one-off events. They are vital lessons we learned to change. By collaborating together, we can deal with these issues. The ripple effect of just one issue when the canal was obstructed have pushed back delivery of cargo for months. We issued and initiated and developed many initiatives to communicate with our customers to resolve and address these issues. One of them is the World Logistic Passport, which is really a loyalty program. WLP, as we call it, is basically cargo that goes by air. Comes from the Far East to Europe. So it goes this direction. And then it goes in a triangle back to Africa and Latin America. And what we're doing in WLP is we call it the South-South system, which means a straight line from the Far East, Dubai, Ethiopia, Ghana, and Latin America. This has saved a lot of money and time for the air cargo. Today, we are proud to say that we have signed 100 partners in the WLP. To sustain our recovery, we have to provide the economies with the tools to continue. There are many examples where we have changed economies in countries, and I will give you an example of the Dominican Republic. When we started the operation there 15 years ago, it was a small market and only supplying itself. Today, we changed that from just an import country to a huge market. Today, 60% of business in Dominican comes through us. It is the first country in Latin America that has a free zone inside the port with logistics, warehouses, and it used to be a transshipment port, meaning that cargo come to them and change ship to go somewhere else. Today, the cargo goes straight to them into the free zone, and from there, it's been either add value and goes out. Free zones create the right condition, of course, for growth and give people the assurance and companies of that the laws do not change to allow them to progress. Also, another example for us is Rwanda. Africa is a continent with huge opportunities. The big problem with Africa is infrastructure. And we are big in Africa, and we have many ports there. 17 out of 54 countries in Africa are landlocked. In Africa, it doesn't matter how much the price of goods. What matters is it's available or not. So a classic example, which we are very proud of, is Rwanda. We started a dry port in Rwanda, which is basically like a logistic park on land. And we call it a dry port. It used to take 2 weeks to get the cargo from Dar es Salaam and Mombasa to Rwanda. Rwanda is important because from Rwanda you can supply Uganda, part of Tanzania, part of Kenya, Congo, Malawi, and Burundi, and Central African Republic. It takes 2 weeks, and the cost per container between $5,000 to $7,000. We started the operation. Today, it takes 1 day, and the cost can down from $7,000 to $2,800. We also acquired a big logistic company called Imperial Logistics in South Africa. This company is a 100-year-old company that actually supply cargo from the exporters to the consumer in Africa. They have 6,000 trucks, they deliver cargo, and they do something very interesting. We never did that before. They do something called contract manufacturing, meaning if they're exporting a huge commodity to somebody in a destination, they might decide to speed it up, maybe they should manufacture it. So they go to the supplier and tell him, instead of shipping, let's manufacture it here. And they do that. So we do have that with Imperial, which will help us in all our ports. The other thing we learned from the pandemic is that we have to use technology. And so we started to accelerate the creation of digital platforms, which allow us to communicate with our people. Now, DP World is a company that handles a lot of cargo. So we have 93 terminals around the world. These terminals handle about 75 million containers. In value, the customers move almost $3.5 trillion of cargo through our terminals. That means $400,000 of cargo every hour, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That is a lot of information. So in our platforms and in our business, we analyze this. So today, we convert this information, which is vast, into data, and data into good decisions. So we could go to our customer and tell them, you are handling this much, but maybe there are other ways that you can do it that will save you money. That's how we get involved in the end-to-end solutions. We recently also launched Cargos. It's a platform for people who ship to book cargo on this. So if you think of Booking.com for holidays and hotel, Cargos is like the Booking.com of cargo. People book and they get the best rate. We also have Freight Alliance, which is a platform where the freight forwarders fight together to give the best rate. And then we also launched Dubai.com. It is spelled D-U-B-U-Y. And that is a B2B marketplace. So what we do, we basically digitalize the products for the traders. One of the biggest competition for the traders anywhere in the world is that people buy through Amazon or through Alibaba. But with Dubai.com, it allows the trader to sell directly. So in Tanzania, for example, we launched Dubai.com, and we are digitalizing their economy.